pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, we're going to start the meeting with a nice swearing in of our new firefighter. So, for those involved, I would like you to please come forward. Town clerk will be working with it. I believe the fire chief will be up. I will do everything I can to hide.
Jared Markowski, he's our newest firefighter down at Station 2 in South Barry. He's been with us for a few weeks. We just lose track of selecting meeting nights. And he joined right after the awards night, so we missed out on that. He's going to get sworn in tonight in his badge. I believe his wife was going to put his badge on.
She wants to.
Punch it in, that's all.
All right, you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jared M. Markowski,
I, Jared M. Markowski,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me
discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me
as a member of the Town of Barry's Fire Department
as a member of the Town of Barry's Fire Department
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States of America,
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States of America,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
and the bylaws, rules, and directives of the Town of Barry,
and the bylaws, rules, and directives of the Town of Barry,
agreeably and to the best of my knowledge and ability,
agreeably and to the best of my knowledge and ability,
in an effort to preserve life
in an effort to preserve life
and property
and property
from the elements of fire and disaster,
from the elements of fire and disaster,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looking good.
Punch it in. Love tap. Oh, she did good.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully none of you have to see Jared other than tonight, but if you do, I'd like to have him aboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, don't leave yet. You've made a request, I believe, to hold muster September 17th, correct?
Yes.
Could you explain to all those that don't understand what holding muster means? Could you give a quick little description of it?
Okay,
Come on up front.
Yeah, come on
we'd like
up.
to hold-
Sorry, thank you.
So the Barry Fire Association would like to hold a muster, which is an event in which we bring in a bunch of towns from the surrounding areas, fire departments and their fire associations. They bring a group of firefighters and we perform events such as hydrant dressing or hose relays, events like this. And they'll do it in team fashion and they'll race for time. And we'd like to start the event with a parade, starting at Quabbin, going up to the center of town, and doing this event during the day. And it would just, what we're looking to do from you guys is just permission to block off, I guess it's Park Street in front of the Congregational Church, and then the bottom of Broad Street, where the muster will take place. It'll take place right in front of PNF.
Okay. Does that coincide with the Business Community of Barry event? I know they pushed something to September. And I can't recall even where they were. Do you remember, Chris?
Yeah, we did. Have it as the 15th.
Okay.
September 15th.
All right. Is this a daytime event for you guys usually?
Yes.
I would guess so.
Tuesday.
Yeah, it's gonna be, usually the parade starts at 11,
Okay.
and then, the muster will follow right after it.
All right.
We're
So
usually
is this
done. We start the muster at noon time, we'll probably be done off the common by 4 o'clock.
Oh, I got you. I'm just thinking, you know, we'd all love to see it.
This
But Tuesday's a Tuesday thing, and then sometimes we can, sometimes we can't, so that's why I was just,
this is something we did for many, many years. I think the last one we did in town was maybe 1992.
Okay.
But this is something that we were doing for 30, 40 years.
I'd love to see it come back.
I have touched base with the police chief, and he was pretty happy about the idea and everything, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. That, I just didn't realize Tuesday. I was like, oh, this is usually a Saturday. The whole town's gonna come out to try to see everybody doing it.
It is gonna be, I didn't.
It'll be,
a weekend.
yes, it'll be a Saturday,
Yeah.
August 17th.
No, August.
August
August?
17th.
That probably makes it much more a weekend. I'm looking at September here and saying, that's a Tuesday.
No,
That's
that was, August 17th.
Yeah.
Typo.
perfect. I'm all for it. So I guess, thank you very much for clarifying to
Is there
those.
any, you guys gonna want us to have the liability policy for that day, or
Because I can't say
anything?
that.
If you could follow up with Andrew, we'll look at some of the standard rules and what rules we may or may not waive based on it being a town department versus a private entity.
Okay.
Obviously, you're already working with the police chief. I would suggest continue with that. If anybody's coming to help support it with like vending, they may have to run through the Board of Health to make sure they have the right to sell food.
Okay. One other thing, and unfortunately, I apologize for being late, I just got out of work. The association will be selling hamburgers, hot dogs,
Okay.
just to make money for the association. So I believe the Board of Health will probably have to get a one-day food permit.
I think that's what you'll need.
Okay.
Depending on how you're cooking, you may need your own chief to say it's okay to cook the way you're choosing to cook. So, yeah, I would just go through Andrew just to make sure we do the double checks, because any board may have a feeling like they have a voice in this, and I wouldn't want to overlook that.
Okay.
But I think it should be standard.
Don't want it
But,
skipped.
Yeah.
you got my full support. I think it's easily managed, whatever it is you're asking.
I'll touch base with you
Soon.
internally or something.
Assume there's something to go through with it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You got it. Do we want to make a motion, or do you
I'm part
want
of
to
the
wait?
association as well, so I'll
Yeah,
refrain
right.
from that.
Dylan, are you interested in making a motion on that?
Sure. I move that we carry on with their application.
All right. Well, I'll second that. Let them finish the application. If any boards or someone come back with questions or concerns, we'll get back to them just to make sure it's right. I don't necessarily see our board holding up. We're just gonna help enforce another board if they have something to say and they find there's not easy answers.
Okay.
So yes, we await you coming back saying we're done. We're good to go.
Hey, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you much. I guess technically,
We
let's
didn't
call
vote
for a
on it.
vote on that. Call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Staying.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. So, boom, done, boom, done. We'll do a
Well, as good as out of here, look at that.
Trails Committee. Come on up.
All right,
Tell us what you want to tell us.
all right. I've got a handout here.
Great.
Ooh, a big one, thank you.
Make sure they're five, so just enough. Here tonight to propose the building and maintenance of existing trails that exist on town-owned property known as Town Farm Hill. It's a property that, as far as I know, has been town-owned for as long as I've been in this town, and I'm a lifelong resident. And
So far.
yeah, it's, but it's basically a pretty widespread area that is close to the center of town that I feel could really help promote the town by bringing the focus of health and fitness to the town, to promote outdoor recreation for both adults and youth. And we feel that the town farm property would be well suited to host such trails. Currently, the property is made up of quite a few older abandoned ATV, old dirt bike trails that have been there for years. Part of our proposal is we'd like to clean them up. Property is also kind of littered and may possibly be some squatters living on the top of the hill, possibly, or at least did at some point. There's some remnants of a tent and like tarps and all kinds of stuff up there. It's located not too far from where the cell phone tower is, located on top of the hill. Our plan, which is spelled out in that handout there, does show a map that is showing the existing trails that exist now. And our plan would be to utilize a lot of those existing trails, but also expand on them with a low-impact, single-track type trail system that would be able to utilize the land better, maybe hit some of the better parts of the property. There's an old town dump that's up there as well that I think is still currently used by the DPW, I think just to dump like tree limbs and different roadside cleanup waste. It's no longer obviously disposing of trash, but it still looks like there's piles of wood up there and wood chips and whatnot. Our plan would be to not intrude on that at all. We wouldn't be anywhere near that area. It would run up along the side of Route 122, up along Town Farm Road, and kind of circle around. You can see the dotted line there is what I would propose to be built. The solid line is existing trail. It does exit the town property and go onto private land. So as you can see, I've proposed a trail that would bypass that, so we would stay on town property. If this all went forward and went well, I guess in the future we would consider approaching the landowners to see if they would allow public use of their privately owned land. But that would be something I think we'd look to avoid initially at least, and just stay on town property. That particular parcel of land also does abut the senior center, which would be on South Barry Road. I've hiked the property several times, and I think it would possibly be, we'd be able to incorporate access to this trail system from the senior center on town property, staying on town property, and possibly include a entry-level or senior ability level hiking trail to again encourage outdoor recreation. The hillside that is behind the senior center is quite steep, and obviously with older folks wanting to get out for a hike, steep terrain maybe isn't the best, but I did hike it. It looks like it's something we could work with and maybe just do a small loop there. As you can see, I have down at the bottom there, just a small loop proposed there that does stay on town property.
Okay.
Many benefits, as I listed in the proposal there, primarily on the health side of things and better utilization of the land. As I said, now it's kind of old abandoned farm property, and I think it could be much better used for outdoor recreation, which could potentially encourage people to come to the town of Barry for that, maybe visit our restaurants, our local retail stores.
Okay.
Off Route 122, there is a small parking area at the end of Wildwood Drive, which our Barry Trails group has, we actually held one of our meetings there one evening, and we parked there and accessed the property from that small parking area. So our plan would like to include working with that parking area a little bit and maybe putting up some signage and some trail maps, just to have people know where they're going once they get in there. If you see on that map there where Route 122 is.
Yeah. The P?
Yep, exactly. Wildwood Drive is right here. There's a small little, I don't know if you travel down Route 122 headed towards the Ocam direction, there is a small little turnoff there.
Okay.
We were able to park, I think, about 6 or 8 vehicles there for our Trails Group meeting, and then we went in and proceeded to hike the property.
Okay.
Again, we'd like to put a sign there. that would let people know what we're doing, first of all, and maybe a map that would, that they could take with them on their hike, or bike, or whatever they
Okay.
chose to do.
Isn't there water in here down on this lower end, down past Wildwood we cut across? The
Next to Route
wetlands or
122,
actual?
yeah, there is. When you are further south of where I'm proposing to have the parking area,
Mhm.
further south there, where it heads towards Nichols Road,
Mhm.
there is a wet section in there, which.
This is Nichols Road here, I assume?
Yeah, it's on there. I think that is, yes.
Should be Nichols, and
We've-
isn't there is water back in here, I just didn't know how far back in.
Doesn't
And
go very far back in. It does go in a little ways further than you can see from the road, but if you see on the map, we've kind of stayed out of that area right here, which this is the area that's kind of wet in
How much
question.
further into Nichols has water, I know, on this side?
On that side. The
I
other
didn't
side
know
here
if
is
it crossed
is
over at
quite
all.
dry.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
would.
Prince
I haven't-
River
I
runs
haven't
down
been up
there,
in there
right?
much, so
The
I
Ware
just-
River?
Ware River runs on the other side of
Yeah,
Nichols.
that's
Of
what
this-
that
Over
is.
this side, yes,
Yep,
part over this side.
exactly.
And it's down,
Our plan would be, and the trail proposed, the marked trails that I have proposed there, I mean, they're not set in stone that that's exact GPS location of where they're gonna be. Our goal with this would be to have low impact and to stay out of any wetlands. So if there's a wetland that would require, filling in or anything like that, we're not gonna go there. We're just gonna route the trails around it and bypass it. I mean, there may be some small, like little stream crossings or something that we would build a bridge to get over, but they would just be very non-intrusive, just very low impact.
So you would go before the Conservation Commission to confirm your location meets
Yeah,
their
we would.
concerns?
Absolutely. Again, we wouldn't plan to have any substantial impact, if any at all.
Where are we with the open space committee we were talking about? Because this is right up that alley.
Would we have one or two applications to be on the board?
We had 3, including Charlie Chase. We
Okay.
needed 4 to constitute a quorum, so we still need 1 to at least get that going.
I'd love to see.
Do you want to barter with the trail committee to see if they want to jump on that? They can.
I was going to
Just
say,
joking.
I would like to see this addressed by the open space committee, but it is short a member.
Gotcha.
What a shame. I'd love to see that go forward too.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what that open space committee is supposed to be about. So it might be a good thing to think about anyways. It would give you more insight to other pieces of land like this in town. Because this is the kind of thing we want to see in the open space. Multi-use, we're getting the seniors involved, biking trails, hiking trails. It's going to hit young children and anyone else middle-aged who wants to walk and seniors that want to get out there. This is exactly what we're talking about for open space and having the committee to look for. I like it and I'm in favor of it. But of course, like I said, my concerns for wetlands, when anytime you even cross a brook, they're going to have say over how you do it. If you do it without asking, it won't be received well.
Right.
If you ask, it will probably be very simple, as you said, to do the crossing. But I would highly encourage you to consider, if you would consider looking into the open space committee, because this would fit very well with the type of thing you're doing.
Sure. Well, in the future, it's definitely something I would consider.
There's many other pieces in town too that would have things that might.
Right, and our goal with this recently formed Barry Trails Group is to possibly expand on this type of projects and activities. So whether our group would merge into the open space committee, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't
good-
aware of such a committee,
Well,
but
we're trying to
I'm
form
new
it,
to
that's
this,
the
so-
problem.
Is this a private group that came together and call yourselves the Berry Trail Committee?
I guess you would say that, but we do meet here in this building. We meet once a month.
But
The way I
there's no
understand-
town sanctioning creation of this committee?
No, this was Ed Yaglu had approached us for use of the building a few months ago.
Okay, I remember
About the use of
something.
this
Okay.
building for that. It's the same group.
There's
So
Okay.
should we be considering as a group, because there's about 8 or 10 of us that are pretty active on the group. I mean, we meet once a month, we've hiked the property, we've got ideas, we kind of want to try to do something here. Does it make sense to have a Barry Trails group or committee or whatever we call ourselves and an open space committee, or should this kind of be?
Pros and cons. If once you make an official committee, you're going to have to hold to open meeting laws, and that puts constraints on how you can meet and what you can do, so you restrict yourself. On the other hand, it may open up grants and other possible funding and assistance to do it that way. So that's something you'd have to weigh. But the open space committee already has that.
Gotcha.
So having a
So it
separate
might make
committee and
sense to
joining
maybe lean in that
that
direction.
committee, you might get the best of both worlds. That's why I suggest it.
Sure.
There's so many trails up near the old prison camps and up to Berry Falls Dam, of course, which link to the Frisbee disc golf up there, and there's just endless trails out on that side of town. Still, our snowmobile trails are not utilized much in the summertime because they're not allowed to be by motorized vehicles. A lot of possibilities in the town that this would fit well with. So.
I think it could be something that helps bring, recreation to the town and get us maybe known as a town that promotes recreation and outdoor activities.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of our thought.
Absolutely.
Yes, Sam?
Isn't that the same property that Andrew's looking into regarding sealing the dump with some funding and putting solar facilities?
It surrounds that property. It's not necessarily going through that property, or the portion that we've identified. Based on the way this was laid out, it looks like
And I wonder,
his proposed track isn't going through the area that
If it did, I'm sure you
saying
could avoid
the dump and the
it.
cell tower's here, and it seems like he's
Right, skirting
keeping the
open
trail downhill and away, but
The dump is in scene, well, in the spring it was within scene distance. Now that the foliage is all grown in, we would be staying.
There's water tanks up there as well, though.
and I wonder whether there could be some symbiosis with the Trails Committee and the income generating of the solar facility. And if that connection could be made well, maybe that would put Barry on the map even more than it is, because we were able to blend those two somewhat dissimilar directions into one, and it might work out to be a wonderful project.
Great idea for the future, but let's address this one for today and get this moving if we could.
I do understand though the concept of
It's a good idea.
something we should factor in
Right,
to
and
the
that's,
concept. I
once
guess
they're established, it's easier to try to merge things and find, we have an established use and bring the solar towards that and in on that.
And if there was a proposed plan, obviously we would work around that, as long as it still makes sense to move forward with the project, in conjunction with that.
Ready for motion?
sure.
I'll make a motion that we accept their proposal and move forward with it, assuming they're gonna go through with the Board of Health and, not the Board of Health, pardon me, the Conservation Committee to make sure that we don't have issues with wetlands and such. And probably like to see a more finalized plan before you start construction, but otherwise, I suggest we give them permission to move forward with it, with the request.
Do I have a second?
Yep, I second that motion.
Further discussion? Yes, all I would ask is that you come back before the board before you start doing anything to actually
Construction.
create the trails.
Yep.
And that way we can make sure we're just still working together, not against each other, in case we do pursue solar or other things with that site that all of a sudden you're doing one thing and we're not paying attention and we're
Right.
conflicting.
Makes sense. This would involve quite a bit of labor and time of our group, so we certainly don't want to go through that and then have it turn out that the solar's going to be put in there. So
We should add the caveat that if any other groups, zoning or planning, have any requests to make any insight on this, we'd have to entertain that as well, so we're not excluding them, but at this point, I don't see the need. But if they do have input, we'd certainly come back to you with their requirements as we go. That would be before the final approval.
Yep. And we'll offer the conservation maybe a walkthrough of the property once we get more of a finalized map of exactly where these trails are intended to be put. And we can offer them a walkthrough, and then we'll, again, present you with the final plan.
Take them up that steep terrain.
One other
Yeah,
thing
they-
I would request is, after the meeting, reach out to Andrew. This being town property, we need to better understand the liabilities that are involved and how you make sure that we are not liable if somebody breaks their ankle on a trail that's been created.
Right.
I don't know the rules, so I don't want to assume there's no liability in Massachusetts.
Right, okay. That's something I'm not familiar with. I obviously did think about that, but my thoughts were that obviously there's a lot of town property that we spend time on, from the common to anywhere, which I guess somebody hiking or biking across the common technically could twist their ankle.
I think that's more
I
of-
don't know how different this would be, I'm not sure, but where would we go
I
to
completely
find that
agree.
information?
I think that's
I
more
would start with
us. I think that's more us than
Andrew.
him.
Well, we can't approve it if all of a sudden we get response back saying this is not a good idea.
Right.
Why keep chasing?
But I mean,
I'm
that-
assuming though, with Andrew can talk to DCR and DCR can tell us how the state handles it. and probably tell us how they would recommend a local community to do it, or you could do the same, and we'd understand how generally liability is when you advertise a path for the common public to use.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Andrew, I can get in touch with you on that.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good.
And then I would encourage you to spread the word with your other trail committee members to discuss who might want to jump on the open space committee, because it sounds like if we get one
It
more
would-
person, we can actually hold a quorum and begin that process.
And they may be able to help with stuff for this.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. So I appreciate that suggestion.
They get the
Yeah.
ability to get funding and grants, which could put money towards
I
something.
think there is quite a
exactly.
bit of that out there available for this type of stuff.
And for
so
those,
that
and
might be
back, that's part of why we set that committee in motion, and if we get the committee up and running, those things are available, and that could benefit. Obviously, this would be a great way to say we have a place to use the first grant money that they could get.
Yep,
So,
absolutely.
I'd highly recommend looking into it so that group can get functioning.
All right, will do.
Thank you very
All right,
much
thank you very
again.
much.
Much appreciated for you taking the time and effort.
You bet. Thank you. Have a good night.
Nice. Nice when things fit together. Yeah, that's the perfect time. If that open space gets up and they get some grant money in, that could
That'll be
really
good.
take the
Look
burden
forward
off
to having
them.
more stuff
Get
like
that done better
Yeah.
than they don't.
Yeah.
But
And for everybody
bottom
to
line,
know
it
it's
comes down to
there.
it's town property, so we just gotta make sure we have a natural liability.
All right, let's
Assuming
do a
things, I think.
quick thing on the Red Tomato Pizza license transfer update. Could you clarify what this, I saw the letter, I didn't understand it.
They basically, the ABCC had kicked back the Red Tomatoes' last transfer request, or requesting additional information. They just submitted that, the information that was outstanding, but needs the board's sign off in order to go back to ABCC for the reconsideration. Basically,
Okay, so
Corey requests and stuff.
Some of the, it wasn't a complete application,
It
it's
wasn't.
generally what you're saying?
Right.
I'm okay for them to try again. Sounds like that's really what this is giving them an option to go before the state again, and
And by the way, the food's good.
is it?
Yeah, I've been there.
Okay, good. I'm on a low-carb diet, I don't go to a lot of pizza places where I eat the crust.
Oh,
And I found one where I scrape the toppings off, and that gets me through on an emergency crunch when I have no time at home.
I didn't have
You
pizza.
just
I
have
had-
a revised
I had the
application.
regular
So
ones.
it's just,
Chicken
it's just request
very
revised.
good.
Is it breaded?
Well, they have
What did they
kitchen-
Oh, see, you're not really keto if you're not paying attention to the breading on your
They have
food.
different types of chicken. I really don't
No, I'm just
know the
joking.
menu. But I went, I needed some food. I had never been in there, and I looked at the menu, and I didn't want a pizza, so it was very good.
No, don't get me wrong.
And I'm not part of the
That's the only
business.
thing they changed.
I'm not questioning the quality of their food, I just realized that I don't look
And
at
I don't
those
like
with the
breaded
same
chicken.
yearning I used
I
to.
don't like breaded chicken.
I used to love every pizza place for everything they offered.
I
And then I changed my mind and I realized that I actually could lose weight if I quit eating like a pig. I didn't do well, but I'm doing better.
We gotta approve it anyways.
So, any further questions on the transfer? Okay, I'd make a motion that we accept the request as stated.
Second the motion.
Any further discussion? Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 This is the one to sign?
Yes.
Save my weary hand of all the signatures. Is it only one sheet? Just the top sheet?
Just the top sheet, yep.
And then when you're done, we'll send it back to Greg. Okay, now we're going to, if you're okay with it, I'd like to push the administrative stuff to the end, because I got a feeling most everybody else left here, unless I'm wrong, is here for either the town meeting warrant. Am I wrong? Is somebody here for another agenda item that I'm missing? Yes, Mary Jane.
So the agenda is public comment.
All right, what's your public comment?
These books are
Yep,
around town.
I've seen them, yes.
I thought there was an interesting article. Since it has to do with
How much we
my
keep
article
in
at 25.
This is 13. So, 13, 4.
Coach.
Yep.
It says, hook it up at your town sports.
So much, so that I was
Places
also-
to
okay.
play abound.
Okay.
In Chicopee, Munson, South Hadley, Holyoke, Wilbraham, Amherst, Belchertown, Hampton. I was wondering why Berry Plains, Ronnie Park, Rice Park, Felton Field was not in it.
I'm looking at the publisher of
Nations
this.
Parks,
Turley. It's actually very
Okay.
good.
it's whoever submits goes in that book. Oh, okay.
So it comes down to somebody taking the time to bring it to Turley Publications' attention to see what criteria fits what gets published.
Okay, because we have some nice parks, and they have fences,
Yep.
and they have hoops. Maybe they need a little bit of netting up on High Plains that we could take from Felton Fields. Grants, maybe.
We can look at that. We can also look at the Parks and Recs Committee. They can kind of review the budget they're given, figure out where to apply the money.
Okay, because Trafalgar Square is not a through street, but we have a hoop there. And I was wondering if perhaps we can do something about that on my article.
I think we should take that under consideration. I know that tomorrow we're also discussing that, so it'll be a
Yes.
first
Okay,
continued.
and my other 30 seconds, if I could, how would I go about make an amendment to the amendment of my article tomorrow? Do I just ask?
If you'd like to motion the wording and change the wording to it? Is that what you're saying? You'd like to change what the citizens petition got you on the warrant
Yes,
for?
I want to make an amendment to that.
You have to
Before it's voted.
propose the bylaw the way it's written, the way you got your citizens petition to get you on the warrant.
Okay.
And then after that, when discussion opens, you would make a motion to revise it.
Gotcha.
I would be
Make a motion.
prepared with a written, so
Well-
you're just reading your motion, so you're not trying to think of it at the moment.
Well,
So kind of rewrite it and be ready to say, here
However you want it to
is
read.
the proposed motion.
Not to us.
Further
You have to give it to
consideration,
town.
I would like to make a motion to amend this as.
okay, after I read it.
Right, you have to read it as
After
it's written.
Joshua Smith, then I read it, and then I,
You read it as it's written, and that introduces your motion.
Mm-hmm.
Then we begin discussion. You say, I'd like to make a motion to amend my motion to
of the
read as
first one to
follows.
speak. Okay,
And then you'll read your new, I would like it to read as follows, and read it the other way. And then they can make a vote on accepting your amendment, and then they can move on later to vote on that.
okay,
So once you open it, ask to amend it and read that then.
before they vote on it,
Right, during
Yeah.
discussion phase. You must read the original first.
yes.
And feel free to try to reach out to the moderator or to someone else prior to the meeting.
So they know what's going on.
Josh Smith, and he may also help you to make sure you get your wording right. It'll just help you when you stand in front of everybody to feel more confident of, this is what I gotta say.
He may entertain reading the proposed amendment to you. If you say, I propose an amendment, and the moderator, if you would agree to, might read it for you and reread it. I doubt it, but maybe, might make it go quicker. Could ask.
If you can get a hold of the moderator prior to the meeting. He'll be at the building, I'm sure, early enough. You may ask him just to clarify this process with him again, because even if we gave you bad advice, he will correct you on the floor. So try to see if he can help you so he doesn't have to correct you on the floor later. That's all.
No, he won't want to see that.
Well, that's
Um,
what the-
Just talk to him and he'll let you know how to do it.
It's done.
Since we opened public comment, is there any other further public comment? All right, would like to raise a new agenda item. The recommendations for the fiscal year 20 town meeting warrant articles. The finance committee has already gone through and done their recommendations of every article, budget through bylaw. And it is now our turn to do it. And so, we have a copy of the annual town meeting booklet. Has this got the updated planning board bylaw? Okay. What I am going to propose to do here, and you guys may get really tired, but we're gonna go one at a time, right through it. I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible in the beginning, but if somebody thinks more discussion or clarification is required, we can open it to further discussion. But right now, it's almost, I'm gonna name it by title, and the three of us are gonna vote. I don't wanna get into a lot of discussion unless somebody raises their hand, if I can help it.
What number are you on?
Okay. Discussion will be had, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna say nobody can talk, it's just, only say something that hasn't already been said. All right, Article 1, choose town officers. Any questions? All right. If you guys don't mind, I would just like to ask for questions. If you guys don't offer questions, I'm just gonna ask for a vote. So the motion would be to go through all of this and vote individually. Do I have a second on that? So I don't have to say motion and second every time.
Yeah, I'll second that. We'll do them. I was gonna say do a group of these, but we'll do them individually. Sure.
That sounds good. It sounded like he
Okay.
was thinking, so I was giving him some time.
Yeah, I was thinking we'd group a bunch together, but for this, we'll just do one by one.
Call for a vote on that process thing I just asked.
Yep.
Aye.
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 Okay.
I seconded that.
It's done. Article 1, choose town officers. Any discussion on what this means or what you would, yes, Mr. Grabowski?
Are there any copies of the warrant available for us to follow?
If you, okay, yes. I had a nice copy till I broke it.
Yeah, you can have this one.
I was about to offer, and then I was like, Andrew's up and going already, so that's fine. Call for a vote, Article 1.
Aye. Favorable.
Aye.
Aye.
And
So we just say aye is favorable.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
nay is not. And just,
yes, all votes will be based on whether it's a favorable
Okay.
vote. So ayes mean favorable, nays mean unfavorable.
And for no recommendation, say abstain in this case.
Yes. So exactly, if you're not in favor or against it, say the word abstain, and that's.
Agreed.
Yes, sir. Oh, you're just asking for a copy. Now, these booklets are not changing for tomorrow, so if you feel like bringing it tomorrow,
save us a publication.
not that it matters, they've already been printed. I'm just bringing it up. Article 2, reports from committees. Any questions or discussion on this? Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 3, Chapter 90 grant. Any questions on this item? No? Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 4, treasurer collector borrowing. Any questions on this item? Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Article 5, revolving funds. Any questions on this or the breakdown thereof? Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Article 6, PEG access and cable-related funds. Any questions on this article? No. Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Article 7, MGL Chapter 268, Section 21A. This is where the Board of Assessors identify one of their own as a working assessor. Any questions on that? Call for vote?
Aye.
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 Article 8, Board of Assessors Property Valuation. Any questions on this? No. Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 9, 2000 FY19 snow removal overtime part-time account. This is a prior year funding mechanism to deal with the overages. Any further questions on that? Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 10, FY19 snow removal expense account. This is more about the materials, but the same concept. Any questions? Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Article 11, other post-employment benefits. This is a request to fund those things that are not just your retirement check. Any questions on this? Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Article 12, police administration vehicle. Yes, sir.
I had a question, why do police need a pickup truck?
My understanding is they are choosing a pickup truck as one of their cruisers because it could be useful in helping them transport either mountain bikes that they use for certain event security, as well as it may be more converted to the potential canine
And
For
ATV,
barriers.
right?
for barriers,
Yeah.
moving the road barriers back and forth. So they bring the road barriers, so a pickup works better than either the SUV or the cruisers they've done
And
traditionally.
they often use a DPW now, which means we bring guys in at overtime to move stuff around for them.
Part two is that they want a dog to supposedly sniff the lockers at Quab or something. We had a dog with Mandy, what happened to that? We used to have to take it to New Hampshire 2 days a week for training. We had a dirt bike, they had a trailer. Like I say, it's like the pedal, we paid a lot of money, or spent a lot of time and money for that other dog.
The quad actually got reverted to the fire department. It's used for brush fires and things, so that's still in town use, because the police didn't really use it much except for the events up at, the dogs, I believe, have only a couple year like 5-year life anyways for usefulness. So that would be long gone by now. That was probably 9-10 years ago. And there hasn't been continued since. But the pickup truck, yeah, I mean, just obviously where we live, a lot of us own pickup trucks. Just, you wanna get in the woods and get places, and they have to go to these places, and they have nothing like that yet. So it's, I think it's a smart choice for them to pick up, actually, in my opinion.
Okay. Any further questions? Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Police service weapon replacement. Any questions? Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Article 14, DPW street sweeper. Any questions on this item? Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Article 15, DPW lawnmower. Any questions on this item? Call for vote?
Aye.
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 Article 16, Fire Department Engine 4 equipment. Any questions on this item? Call for vote?
Abstain.
Aye.
Aye. Article 17, Felton Field improvements. Any questions on this item? Yes, sir.
What does that entail? The improvement?
It's, from my understanding to date, I think it may be growing, but originally the plan was along Colebrook Road? Is that technically where it is, right there?
Right.
Along
Oh,
Colebrook
oh,
Road, kind of
okay.
their frontage. There are several pine trees they were taking down. They're gonna kind of refinish the whole area to create better just off-street parking right there. I think they want to add like a railing or something to kind of clean up the barrier between the park and that. So it's more of like, as far as I understand at the moment, a curb appeal and more usefulness at the street side.
Okay, just try to-
But that's all I've heard to date. I think it's grown a little. Yes, Ralph?
Yeah, so they approached the finance committee the other night, and I believe they're gonna come prepared to the town meeting tomorrow with a way to spend that money and what their plans are to do with it.
Okay.
Then I'd like to add that when they came before the board last year, we just talked about the fact that 4-H is beginning to use Felton Field and wants to make a home of this, and they intend to invest money in structures and other things down there.
Bathrooms.
And we're trying to make sure that we invest along with 4-H, so that they would stay here and hopefully invest more in this in the future, so. Part of why we've recommended going along and helping them out with it. I have one more.
Yes, Mary Jane.
If I could just ask, was any mention of the tennis courts or the basketball courts at Felton?
There was definitely talk of it, yes.
There was no finalization about it?
Tomorrow night you'll hear more.
Correct.
Oh,
The Felton Field Commission will present more of the plan at the meeting tomorrow night. I just know the generic, and I'm kind of letting the commission kind of run with it as they proposed it at the moment. That's my position. Call for vote?
Aye.
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 Ruggles Lane PA system replacement, Article 18. Any questions on this?
This is a modified number, correct, from the first request, because they dropped it. They said they had part of it repaired. I just want to point that out. This is a reduction from what they first came for us with.
Is it?
Yes.
They at first requested 30,000, but we're able to use
Significant
internal
reduction.
funds for the 15 to replace the telephone aspect of it. So now they're just looking for the funding to replace the PA function.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Any further questions? Comments? Call for vote?
Aye.
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 Ruggles Lane dishwasher repair, Article 19. Any questions on this? Call for vote?
Aye.
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 Wachusett Greenways. Any questions on this item? Call for vote?
Aye.
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 Article 21, the omnibus budget. I actually apologize, but I'd really hope that nobody has questions on this because it's way too broken down tonight. I'm just going to call for a vote tonight. This is the big budget that includes every department breakdown, and we pretty much defer to the finance committee to work through that. That's their role in the town. So they recommended it, so I'll leave, other board of selectmen can open themselves up if they want, but I think this would be a long discussion where I could provide very little to help with the answers you're looking for. Yes, Mary
Do you
Jane.
have a number figure for the budget that you voted on, or they voted on?
Yes, it's in this packet, this the report. The whole budget is, do we have a, where's, do we have a, the number?
Is that page 19?
11,555,790.
There you go.
I have one caveat
Yeah.
to this entire omnibus,
11,555,
and that's the Quabbin.
790.
I want to go on record as unfavorable for the requested number.
Okay,
It's starkly different from what we asked for at 1.4. Hubbard's come back and agreed they
Can
can
you
make
speak a
away
little
with.
louder?
all right, let me clarify this. As if you do have a copy of this, some of you don't. Finance committee did break down each department and made recommendations that are more just to be given, so it'll be given at town meeting. Tonight, though, I would agree with Greg, we'll make the recommendation of the overall omnibus budget, but I know there are questions about the QRSD school budget, so I'm willing to open that up
Thank you.
to a separate vote if the board is interested in separating that tonight.
I would like that.
Seems
Okay.
fair.
So let's set this vote for the omnibus budget excluding Quabbin Regional School District line items.
Right, the debt relief can stay.
Okay,
That's standard for us.
so any questions on this? Call for a vote.
Any questions on
Aye.
this? With the exclusion of the Quabbin?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye. So, next one would be specific to the Quabbin Regional School District operating budget, not their debt service. That was kind of rolled into the previous vote we just had. And it's kind of locked in as it is anyway. It's not a big debatable thing.
You're talking about that $5 million number.
Yep. Page 19.
Yes. Specifically, we are talking about the Quabbin Regional School District, $5,679,580 line item, which shows a 4% increase to the town of Berry from last year. Just want to put it out there, we have reached out to the other member towns. 3 of the other 4 towns are already proposing lower budgets than the assessed value that Quabbin Regional School District had requested that is in our budget. So we already know 3 towns are not even offering to their people what we were willing to accept. Hubbardston got hit harder because they have their 5-year valuation for their town occurred prior to this budget, which
Not now.
by their town valuation being higher, it moved, the assessment is based on your town valuation as well as the members from your town participating in the school. The town valuation now, they jump because the assessment with the state was due. And so all of their property went up. So not only was the assessment increase based on just students moving about, they get harder. So they're getting hit with almost a 7% increase with the number that was in our budget.
Almost 8, yeah.
It was
7.9.
6.7 based on this assessment, and they were saying 6 is like
On
as
the-
high
on
as they
the-
can
on the
go.
lowered assessment, yes.
So the point is, we are aware that 3 of the 5 towns currently do not support the budget or the assessment that was presented to them. It takes a minimum of 3 of the 5 towns to pass it and push the other towns into compliance. I would make a recommendation that
4.
we accept it, not because you necessarily agree or disagree with the number, but because if we tried to bring it down and then it goes to state arbitration or whatever comes from it, we have to come back and vote on it again anyway if it goes back up. If we vote on it and the other 3 towns push the arbitration process and it all happens, we don't have to vote again. We just get whatever the lower number it ends up. I do believe we can continue to work with them to better understand why there are those questions about why are we spending money here or there? And is it overinflated in one area versus another? And is it due to state regulations that force that, or is it due to just the superintendent or the school committee's choice of where they put it? There's more to it than that, and I don't have enough to discuss it right now. But I would suggest that we move forward with a line item that is here so we don't have to repeat it later no matter what happens when we leave the meeting and continue to discuss with the other towns in the Quabbin Regional to see where they're gonna land with that final number. Otherwise, we gotta go before the town again. Yes, sir.
If this town approves, just to facilitate the process, is it not going to give the other towns a bad impression that we're not trying to follow suit and support them in their lower number? Because earlier in another meeting, Selectman O'Sullivan said, number one, the number of students have gone down, the quality of education has gone down, yet the money has gone up. So I'm under the impression that if we say yes, the other towns are gonna say, we don't have a choice, unless we know that the other towns are gonna be firm in their refusal.
Okay. Can I answer that?
I don't wanna get Barry into a jam because we try to be smart.
No, I got you. And I would like to clarify a little bit of what I was saying and what the real intent here is and why I'm suggesting we pass the line item that's here. And then I definitely will give you the floor because I know you got a lot to say on this. I'm not trying to cut you off or I'm just trying to clarify what I was saying. My recommendation to vote on this line item currently is not because I necessarily support the number presented at the moment. It's because I don't want to have to repeat the vote, despite the fact I already know there's 3 other towns that I do support their concern with their budgets, and I still want to continue the discussion with QRSD and see what we can do to help with that. So I'm not trying to create a public statement of I don't care about my neighbors. What I'm trying to do is make it so we don't have to repeat it while we continue to talk to QRSD and find out what we can do to make it better. Because historically, I think there's a fine balance. We did it with the ambulance. I don't know if you remember, but when we rolled that into the fire department for the first year, there was a lot of hesitance about investing in the ambulance department. And it took us a while to actually support the fact that we had to pay for full-time paramedics that could do 24/7 and pay for the EMTs. But since then, we've actually reduced the money coming out of tax levy to support the ambulance because the revenues came into that line that actually offset the additional costs more than the previous budget did. Sometimes schools are very same. If you cut money, you cut their ability to increase their enrollment, and you start to bring it down, even if in your mind you're thinking we need more efficient expenditure. You can't just cut it. You've got to find where that expenditure can properly be reapplied and not lose kind of your base, your enrollment. It's a fine balance, and the more I get into it, the more I realize I don't know enough to say if they're spending the money wisely, because I don't understand the box they're forced to work in. I've been trying to learn more and more, and the more I learn, the more I realize, well, personally, I believe the state has made this an impossible situation. And I do put it on the state, 100%. And so it puts our school committee and our administration, our school district administration, in a very tough spot. I'm not saying that they're 100% wisely spending the money, but I am saying that I can't tell you they are or are not. I need to learn a lot more before I can state that. But I'd like to give Greg an opportunity to speak now.
Certainly, thank you. I've kept this much simpler, much more streamlined. They take almost 6 cents on the dollar, 6 cents out of a dime, $6 out of 10, 60 cents out of a dollar, but 60% of our budget. That means that every dollar, or every $6 a school gets, the fire department, police department, administrative building, town assessors, town collectors, DPW, water, sewer, everything else that makes this town run gets $4 for every 6 that the school gets. That's very disproportionate, and this is why our town struggles over funding vehicles and building repairs and such like that, a new dishwasher for the Ruggles Lane. We struggle with these because of the giant number the school gets, and they've got increases for multiple years without their performance stepping up to their increases. That being said, we've had a discussion here with the other towns. We've all had discussions over the years as the budget and how we can get them to reduce their budget. I personally have felt that the school committee represents the school and barters with the towns on behalf of the school. In my opinion of what the school committee is for, is they are the town's representatives to bargain on our behalf with the school. And I think their role is reversed right now. And I think instead of doing the best they can for this town and getting the best education we can for the least money that we can do and what we can really afford, they're just trying to beat the town up for as much money as they can get to give the school whatever it wants. And I think that's really putting the cart before the horse. We had a fellow town, Hubbardston, looked into this. They're having problems with it, and they looked at the budget and put a lot of time into that, and recommended a school at 1.4% increase in their budget, which would hit the towns all at affordable increases, all of the towns. They asked that the other towns support this. We sat there at a meeting, and we did support this number. And as a board, we have requested that number. Since then, Hubbardston has reevaluated, seen where they could come up with some other funds, and they said they could get as high as a 1.58% increase from the school and make it work without really damaging them. So I would not stick to the 1.4 request, but I would still rather see the school at 1.58. And I am of a mind to make a motion to the town floor to amend their budget amount to that on floor and give the town a chance to vote on that dollar amount rather than the school's dollar amount. That motion to amend their budget may be shot down on the town floor, or it may be accepted and voted on by the town. But I intend to give the town an opportunity to vote on the budget that makes sense for the towns that are involved, for the 5 town administrators that have been communicating on this and trying to do what works best for us. To that end, when this town establishes its budget, we basically have a restriction for where we can go with taxes, which is Proposition 2.5. We can do a 2.5% increase in the tax. That doesn't mean 2.5 on your home. The fact is we can only tax the value of your property by 2.5% total, ever. When we get to that rate, it caps. We're currently 1.7. We're in that ballpark now. It's $16 to $18 per thousand. So we could change on a $100,000 loan if we're at 1.8%. The most we could change someone's taxes is like $70 in the year. It's not a huge swing. But if we put that into our budget, that gives us our anticipated new revenues for next year. We start with that pool of money and figure out where it's going to go. We know each of our department expenses. We know the labor costs. We know the utility costs. We have anticipated repairs. And then we have requests for, repairs, additions of structures, new vehicles and such like that. And we have an anticipated budget from the school. We know where they were last year, and we want to allow them a fair portion of that increase. We allot the other fair portion to town needs. And this town administrator and the finance committee spend hundreds of hours taking requests from our departments and have a tough job every year deciding who's going to get a portion of that extra money, who gets their one repair or their one item or their new software this year. It's difficult, and we go through this every year. In the past 10 to 12 years, when these requests have been done and we ask the school to stay within budget, they've come up with a much higher number. We then have to pull those requests back from our other town departments. And this is why our vehicles are depleted, our buildings are depreciated and dilapidated, and things aren't being taken care of. This is why our software is so much, we're having trouble getting our systems, and we're redoing it now. But working on the town's website's getting better than it was. But all these things fell behind because the money was never there because it always went to the school. They have not once, I feel, personally, tightened their belt and taken the same impact the rest of this town has had to take. And I think it's time that as we tell each department head, I know what you asked for, this is what you get, this is what you get, this is what you get. And this is a portion we have saved for the school. I would like to be able to tell the school, this is what you get. We have no right to tell them how to spend it, but we have absolutely every right to tell them how much of our money they can have. And the town meeting is our opportunity to say that we're not happy with this request. It's harming our town. It's harming all 5 of our towns in this district. And therefore, it's harming our attendance at our school because people don't want to live here. And it's a snowball effect. As people don't want to live here, we're going to have low attendance. It's going to be harder to pay for it. And the impact and burden on us is going to go up. We need the school to fix their standing in the state education-wise. We need to rise up to where we used to be. When I moved to this town, we're probably the top 25% in the state for education and our testing standards in this town. We're not there now. I'd like to see that come back and people want to live here. But they're not going to want to live here if they start paying 60 or 70 cents on a dollar to the school and they have no police, fire, town hall, or anything else to show for it. Who wants to live in that garbage box? Nobody. I'm going to propose at town meeting floor a 1.58% increase in their budget, and I will have that number for town meeting, and I will request that amendment to their line, and I'm sure that will cause some discussion, but we'll have the opportunity to vote on that at town meeting on which budget we will vote for. As their budget is, I am staunchly unfavorable to it. I'm very much against it. Thank you for the time.
Mary Jane.
In those booklets that you have, I don't have one of those. Who are the school committee members? Are the school committee members' names in the booklet?
I don't recall if we have them in the booklet. It might be in the town report, but I don't know if it's in the booklet.
I don't think they are.
Yes.
I just want to make a point that I believe QRSD is the largest employer in the district, in the town as well. I believe we do bring money in, and a lot of our teachers actually live here in town and pay taxes and do a lot here too. I'm floored to hear you say, Greg, that you feel like they spend like they want to because...
Did you receive a recent email from the superintendent of school in regards to the budget as a school member, as an employee of hers?
I actually picked it up at the school district office.
Okay.
So,
I find the
Can I
fact
finish
that she
speaking?
makes those
Can I finish speaking,
disturbing.
Greg?
Yes.
I find it wildly inappropriate that you say our school gets to spend money on whatever they want.
I did not say that.
You said that they're not told no about things, and I've been in there, and I've been told many times that even the kids don't have books that often.
And-
There are so many things that our children are going without that they desperately need and deserve. And that is why they are asking for this amount of money. I'm so floored.
And they spent millions on smart boards, which are rarely used, which could have been spent on books and other things that would benefit the students much better.
My kids
And
are
as I
so
began to say, the superintendent to send out messaging to all the teachers, to use her position to try to influence our town's policies and politics in votes, with her authority as a superintendent by notifying all of the teachers, is abhorrent, and I believe it's unethical. I believe it's very unethical, and I will look into that as well. I'm very strongly against the superintendents reaching out and suggesting to her employees how they come handle things at town meeting. And I'll say, leave that for there for now, but I'm not pleased with what I heard about that. I don't think most of the town would be.
Whether intended or not.
It's a misuse.
No, what it comes down, it's a fine line with the conflict of interest because she's supervisor. She cannot make any request.
I understand.
And that's the only thing I agree with on that whole conversation there was, if that happened, I would think somebody needs to reach out to her and think, I can't do that. I'm not sure if she did a all-employee-wide email that said, show up and vote for our budget, because that's a very fine line of pushing your employees to do what you want because they're your employee. And you shouldn't have that power or influence on individuals in the town due to
Speaking
your
about the
position.
conflict.
And it's because of her position, not because she's a member of the town. So if that happened, I think she just needs to just clarify what she said so it didn't come off as if you don't do what I say, you might get fired. Because it can be perceived that way by some. She just got to be careful, that's all. If that happened, she just got to be careful. Because it sounds like that's what you're saying happened. Or you believe happened.
I've seen the email, yes.
So she's just got to be careful if that's what happened, and she should just double check. Dot her I's, cross her T's. In general, though, I guess what I'd like to do is just see if Dylan has more to say on this, because I think we've all stated our side.
Yeah, I'm worried about a different snowball effect. Our school performance will only get worse if the budget takes more hits. We already have a overstretched student-to-teacher ratio, one of the worst in the state. Cutting funds will only make it worse, not better. And that rolls over into general enrollment rates, property values, community spirit in general. I don't have any school-age kids, so I don't have a personal interest in the school, but I just feel like this just spills over into all aspects of our communities, and people won't want to start families in a failing school district, so I think we just need to be careful about being too austere.
Do you have any empirical data to support your statement that cutting the money will harm the education? Can you demonstrate that?
I don't have anything
Okay.
on me at the moment.
Because I can demonstrate over the years that we've increased the budget steadily, several $1 million over the last 10 years, and the education has gone down continually with the increase. So the money doesn't seem to affect that. It's whatever policies the school committee does, it's not within our control. But how we spend our money is within our control.
Fran?
Yeah, I've been out of the loop for quite a while, but our assessment is based on October 1st enrollments, I believe.
Yeah, last year's
That's
October
changed.
1st.
Okay, we do have 5 towns, and only one of them to be off base. Okay. The one thing I really discourage, and I had this argument for 50 years now, both sitting right where you are, Mr. O'Sullivan, in 22 years on the school committee. And I will tell you, money wasn't wasted there. Like Carmen's, like yours, and Mr. Lipson does not encourage people to come into Barry. And the worst thing that could happen is if school choice continues to go down. When I left there, we had over 400 kids in the system. That's a couple $1 million a year, okay? We lived off that for a good number of years doing all capital projects because we worked with the selectmen and said, this is what has to happen with this kind of money. However, in the last few years, we got to use it for operating money. Okay, operating budget, which is the worst thing that you could have done. Not you, but other people that decided to start applying that to get the assessments down. Okay? We're not going to accomplish anything by being negative. Okay? And I appreciate the hours put in by everybody trying to come up with a budget that was realistic for everybody. I do disagree with you, Mr. Sullivan, to the fact that as a school committee person, your job is to advocate for the kids, primarily, number one.
Absolutely.
Okay, and number two, work with the town officials with figures that they can live with. And it's not an easy thing. I would ask you, what have you done to get to the legislators, though they can come in here and smoke and mirrors, and it has happened for years. Well, we're gonna get a new formula. Things are gonna be wonderful when we get this new formula. Are we on record as supporting a change so that we could get more money? Okay, as a small rural regional system, everybody, the greatest thing in the world is regionalized. That way you're gonna get transportation costs, you're gonna get everything. Well, I've seen the transportation costs, which is legs by a year, okay, go down to as little as 45% of what we spent the prior year. There's too many unknowns, and the only thing I can do is just to encourage you that I'm disappointed. I don't know if there's anybody here from the school committee or the administration. I can't believe it. This never happened before. That's part of your job. And whatever happened with the superintendent, I'd say maybe it's because she's new. You certainly can't be sending out letters of support.
That was a practice of Miss Marshall as well. I'd seen many over the years. I'd seen Maureen Marshall do the same thing many times over the years. It's a practice that was passed on that not understanding the ethics of it and stuff as I do now sitting in office. I've said nothing about it before, but I will this time. And I want to be very clear. I'm not telling the school that they're misspending the money or how they're going to do it. But statistics will show the decline in education and our standing over the years. That's a fact. That's not a slander. That's not an insult. That's a simple fact. We have added money consistently over the last decade to the detriment of many of our town departments. That is a fact. And though we added money, the education has declined. So money isn't the end-all solution for the school. However, when I talk about 60% of the money going to the school and 40% to the town, that's where my concern as a selectman is. It's up to the school committee to do the best they can do with the money that the town can afford to give them. It's not up to the.
They haven't done the best in presenting the budget that they did. They haven't done the best job. Boy, I hate to have them criticizing you.
They can go right ahead and criticize me. I'll stand behind any of my decisions and comments, and I make them with the best of intent, and I do the best thing I can for this town in the finances of this town, which is the main job of this board.
I'm not here to defend the school, because I know what it's like sitting.
The main objective of this board is what we're doing right now is allocating the funds for the year, seeing that they're spent in accordance week by or bi-week with the warrants, that money is spent how it's supposed to be spent, and we control and watch over the $11 million that goes through this board, through this town. That's our primary job. And 60% of that job right now is going through the school. And although I can't tell the school how to spend it or what to do with it, and I don't pretend to, I'm saying that I would like the school to look harder at their budget and try harder to make some cuts and feel some of the pressure with our communities. And I don't feel like they have.
Where they can make the cuts?
No, it's not my place to. It's not my place to. It's not my place to, and they made that clear.
Could the problem be too that they had to cut things because of lack of funding over the last 10 years?
I would like to.
So I don't want to comment anymore.
Well, first of all, just a couple clarifications. The QRSD budget is actually 49% of the town's budget. It's, when you combine in Monty Tech and the debt service, you start pushing the over 50%. I just, right here in the town thing, take the QRSD school district, divide it by the overall omnibus budget, 49.15%. The numbers are right in front of you. So we just got to be careful how we present the 60-40 ratio that is being presented. Because I don't think it's accurate. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, Greg, and the numbers right in front of us tell us so.
Okay.
Secondly, we do rely on our school committee members to work through the budget and try to find the best, where can we cut, where we can't. But I think when people talk about how much this budget has grown in the last 10 years, what you're not considering is how much the state and federal government have forced higher regulations and additional services that they don't fund. And that puts the burden on the local communities. And that's why in the very beginning, my biggest thing here about what I don't know is the real breakdown of those costs, because I'm seeing it statewide. The quality of education is dropping in every community. It's not just in the rural communities, it's everywhere. Why? Because someone at the state or federal level really screwed up when they said these are the programs you have to fund and it's going to work, and then it didn't. So now we threw a lot of money towards certain programs that didn't work, or it was not properly implemented. It may have been a general good idea, but how it got implemented failed, because it's not created a very positive effect on however they make these metrics and do these measurements. That's all I can base it on. I'm not in there. I'm not a teacher. I don't know if they feel like the tests aren't reflecting the actual education the students are getting. So maybe the students are actually walking out much better rounded and knowledgeable, but the tests aren't showing it that the state relies on. That's why I'm saying there's a lot of questions. If you're not in the school committee or working with the school, you're not going to get all these answers to truly understand where your money's going and is it an effective expense. And I don't have that time. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best, but this is the role I chose. I don't have the time to be that involved in the school committee to figure all that out. So usually when you come before the Board of Selectmen, you want to know what I want. I want efficient use of my money, but I rely on that school committee member you voted in to do that. Because I don't have the ability to go through everything they went through in the last 6 months or year, or years for those that are constantly doing it over and over, to break it down to that level and say, yeah, this is where I think the hole is, and this is where we can fill this, and we don't really need to spend it over here. We found that wasn't working, let's move it over here. I just don't have that experience and knowledge. So, yeah, I think any department, given time, you could look at it and say, we could spend our money better. We can cut it. Whether it's someone saying, yeah, we bought an extra smart board we don't need because if we could just put it on wheels and roll it between classrooms as need. I don't know. But I don't know that operation. I have questions. I do think we need more answers. But by tomorrow, I don't see any way I can stand before and say, I know this is the reason that we're failing or not. So that's why I wasn't pushing any changes to the proposed assessment that the Finance Committee went through and said, let's go with this. I'm just leaving it at that. But I just wanted to get the one statement out because,
We as a board
intended or not, we made them.
We as a board recommended the 1.4% and voted on it a few meetings ago. So we did propose a changed number.
Yeah, like I said, we were talking then.
Right. And I'm just saying I would suggest a higher number now than that, because that would have still worked. But I think that's a fair number that works for the towns and the towns' budgets.
Right, because I know when we were talking the last few weeks, we were talking based on the impact of Hubbardston.
Yeah, and all the towns in general.
And that
and at 1.4.
was the significant discussion point was,
Right. And it doesn't need to go as low as 1.4, it could be 1.58 and still
Yeah.
and work now, so.
that's because Hubbardston wanted 5%, but they could make 6%, and that's your 1.4 to 158 for
Right.
Barry.
Right. The 158 school total, Barry would still be at 3,
1.5.
1.73, yes, yeah, what else at 173, but I'm saying we originally voted at our meeting that we recommend 1.4, and we go along with the recommendation of 1.4. That recommendation, I'd say, should at least go up to the 158 now. But they're at 224, so they're still 50% above what we asked they try to shoot for.
Right, and the only reason I'm suggesting that we're not changing it on the floor is if the other 3 towns flat out refuse it, they're gonna work through it and bring that budget down whether we like it or not, and we just don't have to vote for it again.
I believe,
But otherwise, we have to vote for it again, and it's a whole different story. And so that's the only, every time we do that, it's what, another $5,000 minimum for the town clerk to come up with the money to go through the whole balloting, and it's, so not preparing for something just because we want to make a stance, you can stand on the floor and make that stance. You can make it by on your recommendation or lack thereof in this vote. But suggesting to remove the number and lower that number is not helping the town. It's not helping our neighboring towns. It's just making it so we may have to vote again and spend more money just to address that line item budget. You're still making your voice known otherwise. So that's the only reason I presented it the way I did. You don't have to agree with the budget. You have to just understand the impact to the town if you don't vote with what they assessed. And the finance committee said, we can afford it in this year's tax levy. Again, I'm just saying that's, I got nothing more to say on that. But I would like to give Tom, he hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Just a quick procedural question. If it came to, we had to revote the school budget, how is that done? Is that a special town meeting?
Yep.
yes.
And I don't know if it can wait for our normal special town meeting, because I think it's once the state makes whatever determination, it's like, you got so many days to get together and vote on it. Which probably means we either skip a special town meeting, or we rush warrants to a special town meeting we're waiting on, or we do 2 special town meetings and just spend a lot of money just to do that. So I'm just saying that those are all the little things rolling around in my head when I suggest this. It's not coming from, do I like the budget number or not?
The town, the school needs 4 out of 5 to pass. They need 70% vote, so 3 gives them 60, it's unweighted. So they need 4 to pass. So if one of the town votes it down, it will fail. We could wind up, accepting a number we don't like later, and I think if they change the number, we're gonna have to revote it, unless we pass it.
We only have to re-vote it if the number comes in higher than what we passed.
I am a man of principle, and I think that we've requested they get to a certain point. We've made an passionate plea, as have the other towns, because of our town's budgets. That was done without criticism of the school or any operation of the school. That was done with request to how the funding works in this town and the difficulties that towns have funding the other things they fund.
And I understand your point, I'm really not trying to deny
close to
that.
that is just, I think, disrespectful to the towns, and as I said, I don't think the school committee represents the town to the school. They represent the school's interest in pushing to the towns, which is not the intent of the school committee.
Fran?
Yeah, one last comment. Mr. Rousseau, I agree with one statement you made. You have to look at the overall picture, and you have to protect the town. But I think Chairman Urban hit the nail right on the head. Lug out if this goes to the state. Legal fees, plus what they come down and tell you, this is what you're going to pay. Okay, all I'm asking for is that you people protect the town in this instance. And you're gonna have to make the determination whether or not it's in the best interest, and you have a right to offer an amendment to the budget. If you're successful with it, fine. I would expect the school committee to come in here and say, based on, and you must have told them what you're proposing, or 1.5 or whatever it was that you're throwing out there, that they could say, in the event this passes, these are the programs that will be cut. Okay,
They can represent whatever they want with their budget. That's not the point. The point is the numbers for the town. And the point for me is, if we approve this, we are 30-something percent, 37% of the school's budget. If this goes to the state, and such a large portion of the shareholder, shall we say, is in favor of this, that harms our other communities without our support. So I think it's important this town supports our other communities. It's important that the town say, no, we've asked for a different budget, we'd like it here. That also sends a signal if it goes to the state for arbitration to hear it. If all of the towns are against this, they take the towns more seriously. It may come down more in our favor. Especially if we demonstrate why we asked for it.
Now for chapter 90, okay? We visit the formula. I will say to you, I've never met anyone, and I've been involved for a long time, that could tell you what was in the formula for reimbursement to towns for education.
I don't think they adhere to a formula personally, but.
Well,
There's
I
actually a
think
formula
they will.
written right into the law.
Yeah, it's in the law.
And then it based on policy that comes out of that, but there's if you've read it, it's based on town valuation, it's based on, I think, town mean income. I mean, there's a lot in there where they say, based on your population, the quantity of people and what you guys make, we assume this is what you should be able to cover for your own school budget, and the state will fill in the gap. And so, yes, they are expecting more affluent communities, based on the way it's written, to be able to cover more. But the truth is, there are clauses in there that also hit backwards, where the state's contribution, the minimum contribution by the state, is also based on those same valuations. So that's where the competition of discussions on the formula just continue to circle. It's a, yes,
I can
Tinker.
say that the last time that we went through this, where the school budget did not get passed by multiple towns, and it had to be revoted, and then it had to go to state, the state got to decide, and they came in and they gave what the percentages would have to be to the different towns. Yes, the town of Barry would have been reduced like minusculely, but the town of Oakham and some of the other towns were actually such a large increase that prior to those numbers being accepted, they said, forget it, wait, stop, that's the whole process, we want to vote for what the school had already suggested. Because it was going to be such a large increase based on what the state was going to have them paying, that they didn't want to continue with that whole process. They wanted to go back to what the school board had requested. So I'm just warning you now that the school board and what they have requested tends to be far lower than what your state recommendations are going to be. And we go through this every couple of years. It gets to the point where it gets really high, and then towns say it's too much, and then the state comes and says, okay, then pay more than what your school board was requesting. So I'm just saying it goes in this cycle multiple times. This is not the first time that this budget has been voted down on the first try, but it doesn't tend to go better when the state gets involved.
And we can be warned about things of the past and try to scare me off of my opinion, but it won't scare me off my opinion. We're working on logic and fact and what the town can afford. The minimum we can afford that we should contribute, the state says, is $3.5 million. We're $2 million plus above that. We're certainly not skirting our responsibilities as a state sees them. And I think if, like I said, if all 5 towns make this statement, not a split, if some approved it, some didn't, usually, if 3 approve it and 2 don't, then yeah, they're gonna put it up and hurt those 2 because everyone else is okay with it. But if all 5 towns say no, and I believe they will possibly, probably at least 4, I think that sends a much better signal to the state that there's something wrong here. I'm not talking about a split of 2 holding out, or maybe 3. I'm thinking 4 or 5 will say no this year. And if they do, that sends a strong signal to the school committee that they really need to consider what the people in these towns are trying to tell them about our pocketbooks. It's up to the school to do the best they can to the school, but within the money they're given. This board can tell every other town department how much money they get, and they adjust their budgets and do the best they can with what they're given. DPW doesn't walk in and say, hey, I need $1 million this year because I want to buy these things, and suck it up. They don't get to do that. Only the school gets to do that.
Only the school is a separate municipal entity according to the state as well.
Right. But
None of our departments are separate from us.
But when the school does do that, we have the ability to say no.
All right, Dean.
Just my takeaway from this
is I don't really quite understand why Selectman O'Sullivan is being painted as a bad guy for actually raising the question. I'm sorry.
It's a discussion.
He's simply raising a question, and it seemed like half the room wanted to jump on him. If this was a business, if this was a private business being run, it would be scrutinized. All he's doing is one of our selectmen is saying, I think we need to look more closely at this. I'm not putting words in his mouth. But to paint him as a bad guy for doing this is ridiculous. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
The last thing,
Go ahead, Fran.
and I know you try to expedite all of these things quick. I don't believe you can be doing it without a motion in a second, and then call them for a vote. But that's okay. You can ask the moderator. I mean, I hate to get into the town meeting, didn't find out that all the votes you took are null and void. Okay, and I'm gonna ask in this particular case that a motion be made, and if there's a second, give Mr. O'Sullivan the opportunity to vote against it, and then it's on record. 2 out of 3, or only 1 selectman voted for it, 1 abstained, or whatever. It's a permanent record.
Okay. Can you keep it short, Sam?
Or, as far as voting, I would hate to think that this town is voting out of fear because of what the state may or may not do, or what other towns may or may not do. We have to vote our conscience. And if we, like other departments, we give other departments and they have to live within our standards. We have the school, that's the biggest department within all our departments, and they seem to wanted to control us. And I was really amazed that I heard that the superintendent sent out letters to the employees.
I've not seen it.
I haven't seen it either, I just heard it.
I've heard one person say he's seen it, and I'm not denying it, but because I haven't seen it, I would like to just make sure that we don't call it as fact.
All right, well, we probably should look at it.
You can. I just mean, unless he's seen it,
I
he
will
shouldn't
endeavor
follow
to
up and
bring
call
you all
it
a
fact.
copy of
No, I haven't seen it.
That's fine, that's fine. I'm sorry, I just want,
If that's accurate, then we should revisit that and say, that's not very kosher.
and there's a process. Bring it to the school committee's attention. They are the oversight of the
It might be a
superintendent.
little late now.
Went to the ethics.
Since the
It's
meeting's
never
tomorrow.
late. It doesn't matter, because just as Fran said, if certain things happened, it can retroactively go back and change all decisions that were made leading up to something. If it is considered significant, things like that can happen. But there's also no reason not to bring it up if you're truly concerned. So you bring it to your school committee and you raise it and you let them deal with it. That's the process, is all I'm saying. Unless you want to go outside the local, and I never suggest bring the state in before you try local, because you don't know what the state's going to bring down. All I would like to do is make a motion to vote whether you're favorable or not on the QRSD operating budget.
Second the motion.
Any further discussion? Mary Jane?
I think there should be a secret ballot on that article that Mr. O'Sullivan's going to bring up.
That can be brought up at the floor tomorrow.
So there will be no fear as to how you're gonna vote, and if you're gonna have a job.
That is easily brought before the floor. You can request it, then they vote to see if they approve it, and then you go through the process. So tomorrow, that you have every right to request a moderator to move forward with that.
So you
Call
tell-
for a vote? Oh, sorry, did you have more to say? Because I understood the intent. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was.
What are
no-
you taking now?
For
The recommendation of
favorable,
the selectmen
unfavorable
for
school
the
budget.
school budget.
I'm unfavorable, nay.
Favorable, aye.
And I'm favorable for a multitude of reasons that I've discussed tonight. So, 210 on the old recommendation list for QRSD. I would suggest, though, that anybody has further requests to understand where the money's going and is it not being spent, or coming to the board and saying it's not spent wisely, I really would like you to bring some data to support where it's been spent and why it's been spent unwisely. I'm okay if it's been spent unwisely. I'm okay looking into it. They came before us 2 weeks ago? Or 3 or 4, but Cheryl, the 3 of the group, and Cheryl came before and presented and actually broke down categories of the budget and subcategories of the budget of where they're trying to spend the money. I know there's more questions in that and you can dig deeper. But at the moment, that would take me about a good 3 weeks with whatever spare time I have to dig deeper, just to know what questions to ask, to get more information, to dig deeper. It's a very complex budget. You want to really find out where they're spending money, you got to look at their audit. You got to look at their receipts. You got to dig. And I'm not saying don't dig, but don't just throw it at the Board of Selectmen, because it's your school committee you should be yelling at if you don't like the way they spend their money. Not the Board of Selectmen. We have no control over other than this debate, and we can make a recommendation or not.
On the total number, not how they spend it.
At most, we're an advisory board to the town of whether we like what they're doing with the money. And we can talk to them and ask for recommendations and work with them to try to work within the budget we think we can afford. And we've done that. And they actually met us with the number we thought we could afford, but it doesn't necessarily favor our neighboring towns. And we have reached out to those towns. And I reached out to Andrew when these budgets came in and said, could you please reach out to the towns expecting? And that's why I feel comfortable knowing 3 towns aren't going for it, 1 town is going for it, and that doesn't include us. So I know there's 1 town saying, we're voting based on the assessment that was presented, and we're comfortable with it as a board. So it's not just Barry that might be presenting and saying we can afford the line item that's been asked of us. So my bigger argument is kind of what Greg was saying. My argument isn't whether we could afford it, it's the effect we're having on our neighbors and whether they can afford it. But I still don't think not voting on what was proposed is the benefit to us, because of all the other things that can happen out of this that we just don't need to get in. I would like to move on to Article 22, the sewer enterprise budget. Anybody have questions about the sewer enterprise budget? Make a motion to vote on the recommendation as to whether you are favorable for the sewer enterprise budget.
Second?
Call for vote.
Aye.
Aye.
I would recommend when we're done, we take items 1 through 21 and make and second a motion to approve those as we've annotated them, so they're officially voted on.
That's okay, but that's what I thought I did in the beginning.
Yes, but we'll do it again.
And he seems to believe you really gotta break it down, a motion for each item, and he's got the experience. So if we're to do that, we'll ask her to read out the votes and make the motion to accept the votes later. I don't wanna just keep bogging everybody down by going back, if you don't mind. I see your point,
I have no
though.
problem doing them in bulk, and if our, if our favorables or unfavorables are not considered to be a legitimate vote, people can say that there's a question whether or not how we voted on these was accurate. This is our opinions, but the votes may not be binding.
Right.
I mean, it's
We'll
a
do
little
maybe a
consequence.
summary review of the vote and try to make a motion that may accept that as, I see what you're saying.
And Mr. Sullivan should be allowed to point out a couple times that he abstained because of the affiliation with the fire department.
Right.
That should be so noted that he did.
Make the, right, the reason you abstained was because of your affiliation, not just for any other reason.
Mhm.
Okay. But that's your call if you wanna do it.
Of course, people should know why I'm abstaining. I'd be surprised if someone doesn't ask.
Article 23,
So we
FY20 water enterprise budget. or fund as listed in the booklet. Do we have any discussion? I'd like to make a motion to vote favorable for the water budget.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Article 24, transfer to stabilization. I can make a motion to vote favorable for the transfer to stabilization, Article 24. Do I-
Second.
Any discussion?
The only thing I would caveat is if, well, I guess no. I guess no matter what happens, if we don't approve the school's budget, that number will stay the same for now until it's settled. It may have to be amended at the time the budget's amended one way or the other, so.
Andrew, where's the value of the estimated move to stabilization? I don't see it written in the booklet.
Current value is $629,788.
No, how much are we moving?
Oh, 50,000, I'm sorry.
It's not written in here.
It wasn't, because it wasn't a finalized figure when the budget was, or when this was printed, but will be part of the motion.
Okay, thank you. So, any further discussion?
So we're gonna vote to approve the transfer to stabilization, the number as it's defined at town meeting floor. In other words, we're approving the transfer and that number has to be finalized for the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only less comment I wanna make on it to make sure we're clear. It's not a solid number yet.
Call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Article 25, amend the code of the town of Barry, amend chapter 80-4. This is to revise chapter 80-4, playing ball, throwing stones, which originally was specific to North Common area. We have a citizen's petition requesting some amendments to that to identify some things that should apply in other areas of the town, specifically Trafalgar Square. Make a motion to vote favorable for Article 25 as written and presented by the citizens petition.
Second?
Any further discussion? All right, call for a vote.
Nay?
Aye.
Nay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
1-2-0. Two negatives and
Yeah.
affirmative.
I was positive the other two were
Oh, nay.
against.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said.
Yep. All right, Article 26, marijuana licensing bylaw. This is the bylaw proposed by the Board of Selectmen. I'd like to make a motion to vote favorable as a recommendation by the Board of Selectmen.
Second the motion.
Any further discussion? Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Should we have abstained?
It is not a conflict, I don't think. I think we're 100%.
I'm part of that board. No, I'm just having fun, having fun. We gotta lighten it up, guys. It's getting rich. Article 27, amend the code of town of Barry, marijuana establishments. This is a zoning bylaw that was presented by the planning board. Latest revision was approved last week and I believe is incorporated in this booklet. Make a motion to vote favorably upon Article 27, the zoning bylaw presented by the planning board for regulation of marijuana establishments.
I second the motion to take a favorable vote.
Any further discussion?
I just have a question. How did the finance committee vote on that?
No recommendation.
No, that's not true. There's a side thing where they voted unfavorable, 4-0-2. So 2 abstained, 4 were against, and nobody were for. because it's written as unfavorable, you gotta pay attention to the vote, just because it's 402, actually is 402 not in favor of the article. Am I correct? That's how this was intended to be written?
No.
So. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I just want to know that before the Board of Selectmen makes a recommendation for or against this, if the Board of Selectmen is aware of what that bylaw means for the town.
Yes, it means that they're restricted to one possible location the marijuana could be sold in this town, which basically zones it out of town, which in my opinion is not a realistic zoning bylaw. It's against the spirit of the state law, in my opinion. Mr. Higgins here has done some research and by himself and demonstrated and gave us all the points of location to back it up and look into it. And it's as we suspected, it's really overly restrictive, and it's effectively zoning out or banning marijuana. And if that's what you were driving towards, yes, that's what I take from it. If you
That
mean
answers my
something
question.
different,
Thank
you are welcome to say it.
You have any say on that?
No, no comment.
Yes, Sam.
Are these three bylaws gonna be extremely confusing to the constituents? Because
Very
the-
possible.
Are the differences
because,
highlighted on the page for them or
There's
not?
such a fine line. You think we
Because it
could,
was done before.
you think based on Selectman O'Sullivan's wording, would it be nice if we all could come to consensus and say we have 27, 28, and 29. We think, we being the selectmen, think that the town would be better off, would be better off and follow the state concepts a little bit better if we supported number 17, for instance, we want to use the numbers, instead of confusing everybody, because this is gonna be late at night. People are gonna say, I don't care, I wanna go home and watch the game. And then we're gonna have, we perhaps might lose some significant business revenue if we don't think straight. And this is for all three selectmen. And right now, business revenue is critical.
Yes.
So what's your impression regarding this suggestion of somehow linking this together?
Well, they're about to vote on all three of them.
Pardon?
First of all, of the three, two of them are citizens petitions,
Okay.
and one is presented by the planning board with the latest revisions they've made. So the Board of Selectmen is not going to refuse the planning board's request to be on the warrant. And we don't have legal right to refuse the other two. So there's three here, not because the Board of Selectmen said we love the idea of confusing the general public. We're there because we felt it was in the best interest of our relationship with the planning board to make sure they have their spot. And by law, we're required the other two also had their spot. When it comes to the three bylaws, we will make our recommendation for each tonight. It will be published on this side sheet that's gonna be handed out with the booklets tomorrow night. And the idea is, everybody on the floor can look at Article 27, 28, 29, and they'll see the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen's recommendations for each. And hopefully that will help those that haven't been able to read every paragraph of all three of these and say, well, there are two other boards that are in favor or not in favor of this one. If they're not in favor and I don't know enough, I'm not going with that, and I'll go to the next. That's the best we can do. We cannot do anything more than that than whatever gets talked on the floor.
And I suppose.
So we're making that effort to accomplish that
If we
tonight.
follow through that way, and perhaps we find out that the town, because of confusion, voted anti-business, you realize that there may be a good possibility of significant lawsuits from the state because the town decided to be restrictive, and the goal of the state is not to be restrictive. Are you, this happened once before.
Preaching to the choir, sir.
But
That's a
this-
planning board recommendation,
No,
not
but-
ours.
But this happened once before in this town, when people in the town opposed something, a department opposed something, and it went before, it was litigated, and the town ended up paying big legal fees, and it all worked out in the end to be positive, but we still paid big legal fees. Let's as a board try to figure out how we can avoid legal fees for being restricted. That's, I guess, all I'm saying.
I got you. Further discussion on Article 27.
I find it to be overly restrictive. I find it that it certainly gives the appearance that they are trying to control 100% of the marijuana industry, from licensing to empirical numbers of how many licenses, where they can be, how they can be. Odor, they're taking in Board of Health issues. They want to control odor. They want to control structures. They want to control every aspect of this under their authority, which I think is extremely overreaching.
I agree with Greg.
I guess, just to clarify, the motion was to call for a vote in favor of Article 27. Call for a vote.
Nay.
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 Article 28, to clarify, this was a citizen's petition submitted. I believe it was the same bylaw presented at the special town meeting last fall, with no revisions from that time. So, I make a motion to vote favorably for Article 28.
I'll second your motion for the vote.
Any further discussion? Kathy?
Two questions again. The first is planning, finance committee, on Craven on this one?
That's
Should
correct.
I? Okay. But my second question, and I must be missing something here. I think this hearing for the citizens petition for Dennis, was that held on May 7th? Do you know? And I'm just asking because for the public notices, it's just, the way they were written, it doesn't look like it was a citizen's petition, and I always thought you had to say who the petitioner was in a public notice. It almost looks like the planning board submitted those. I would just question, you might want to check with Jim whether the notice is valid in the paper.
Did that end up on the June 3rd or 4th? Didn't they have a public hearing for a couple items? I think those were more the zoning switches by the owners, but I know, I'm just calling out, posting it there versus putting it in a paper, which I don't know if that's the other public hearing requirement. It's worth checking, because
Yeah, I have the paper here.
I just look at the agenda.
It looks like it's just part of the planning board. It doesn't say citizens petition, but Matt Batista, which was put on, I think, June 4th, did say citizens petitions, and the other ones did as well. So it just, maybe it's fine, I don't know.
I would put it this way. My understanding is this. Citizens petition comes in to get on the warrant, comes before the Board of Selectmen. Our job is to send it to planning board. They have their 21-day requirement to get a public hearing going, to respond to that and send their recommendation back to us. Generally, if I'm correct, I don't wanna speak for the other members. When we get a citizen's petition that has the accurate numbers certified by the town clerk, we are not always waiting for the planning board's recommendation. We can still put it on the warrant with or without the recommendation. Legally, we're allowed to do that. So generally, we do that. So I don't know if it affects its right to be on the warrant, but it may affect whether it was properly published in the hearing went before to tell everybody what it was about. I don't know if that has any legal standing, though, in the actual vote on town floor and whether it can become a bylaw. Because it's all about the recommendation. They're not approving a bylaw, they're just providing a recommendation. So it may invalidate their recommendation, but it doesn't necessarily invalidate the actions of the Board of Selectmen if we were not to change our action with or without that recommendation.
I thought
That's all
I thought for zoning bylaw, the planning board had to have a hearing on it as well. I thought that's what.
They had to have a hearing in order to provide the recommendation to the Board of Selectmen.
And then they didn't have to give a recommendation either way, but they had to have a hearing.
I
So
don't
just
recall us
question-
receiving a written recommendation on that.
My-
Doesn't mean they didn't do it, but I think we acted whether we intended to receive it or not. Knowing the players involved, and it was just easier to put it on and let the town have fun with it. I'm sorry, but that's kind of,
Their intent was to not take action on this because it was duplicate of their efforts.
and tomorrow, they might immediately say, we'd like to withdraw this article, just to save the confusion. I'm hoping that's what they do.
You're talking about 29 or 28?
28.
28,
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
yes?
we've had discussions on citizen petitions on our warrants. And my opinion has been strong on this, and we've never heard the research back we were looking for, but in order for a citizen to affect a zoning bylaw, there are strict rules, and we do not place it on the warrant. We forward it within 14 days to the planning board. They hold the hearings and recommendations, and until we have that back, we don't place it on the warrant. And I've said from the beginning, I don't think this belongs in the warrant. I didn't think either of those petitions did because they're zoning bylaws, and they hadn't been vetted prior to coming to us. And I think placing them on the warrant was inappropriate then and is inappropriate now until they've done the process prior to this warrant being posted. I didn't think they had the time to survive then, to go through the proper procedures. And
So you voted against that when we chose what to put on the warrant?
I recommend that we didn't do that one, yes. I didn't want these on the warrant. And we asked about it, and we were trying to clarify, we're
So
gonna
you can't
clarify with the
take-
state the procedure.
But you can't take action on it, not that you can't put it on the warrant, you can't take action at town meeting without a recommendation.
So my concern on it is, and if I stated it differently, I've been understood differently. My belief is to affect the zoning bylaw because it affects the whole town. And it affects the permits, it affects our tax rate, many other things, other than just somebody wants to change something. When they're asking to zone their own property, as the Higgins are asking, that's their property. They're asking to rezone something they own. That's a different petition. That goes on the warrant. But when someone's trying to affect the zoning bylaws that affect the entire town, they have to go through this process before they can be voted on, because it affects too many other things. And I thought this had to have the approval of the planning board to be allowed to be voted on. That was my impression.
My understanding is it had nothing to do with approval, you just needed them to tell you what they thought.
And that's
And
what,
again,
and that's what I asked to have clarified.
My
months
bigger,
ago.
from my position, there's a fine line between trying to protect against what you're saying, someone that's kind of pushing in a zoning bylaw that affects a lot of people that could be detrimental to the town or those people, versus putting it on the floor and letting the town tell you, is that what they want? I don't like to be the one, if someone comes and I'd say, I'd like to present this bylaw, to say, nope, I'm not even giving you a chance to ask the town. I don't have to agree, but I gotta give them the voice and I gotta give them a place. I expect the town to show up if they disagree with it and say, no, I don't. If they don't show up, shame on them, you're getting what you get. Don't put it on me because I let it get to the floor so you could figure out whether you like it or not. Because that's on you for not showing up.
I expect us to follow the rules. and
I'm
the
sorry,
laws
you just
and
hit me there. It's like, don't play these games about should it have been on the warrant.
I
It can be on the warrant no matter what. None of those laws said it couldn't be on the warrant. It talks about what you can do about it once it's on.
I disagree.
We'll find the law, and I will review with you, and I will listen if I'm wrong. I don't see anything saying it can't be on the warrant. As Andrew said, you may not be able to take action unless an appropriate recommendation has been filed with our office.
I believe it had said you shall not place it in the warrant until it has been gone through that process. But in any event, It would
You may
still-
be
it would-
right.
It would still have to survive the state after this, and if it's not done properly, I don't think it will survive the state vetting,
And that's okay.
which I don't think any of these will survive the state vetting.
So I would like to start with the next step. Is there anything else we'd like to talk about on this article, or should I be moving to a vote? Is there more discussion?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
Can he bring a citizen's petition up in front of his own board? That'd be like, if you wanted to make a citizen's petition.
I questioned that at the time of receiving it.
That's an ethical thing or something, right?
Depends on if he participated in the review of his own petition. If he abstained, there's enough members on the board to still maintain a quorum. So there's a potential. And it's not a self-serving one. It's a city, like a town-wide effect. So there's a lot in the conflict of interest that pretty much say if you deal with administrative things, you can still come before your own board if it does not have a specific personal benefit. So you're still representing something that affects everybody equally. Then you're kind of exempt from that conflict of interest when presenting to your own board. So I thought about it, but I think there's a lot of outs that prevent that from actually being the conflict of interest that it initially is perceived as.
Okay, but like, so those votes would be on record, so someone could actually take a look and see if you abstain or not?
Yep,
It should be, yes.
they should be, exactly. Call for a vote, Article 28. Reminder, this is a vote as to whether you are favorable for Article 28. Call for vote.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
Nay.
Article 29. This is another citizen's petition. Before we get into the craziness, the first two generally came from some source of the planning board. One was, again, last year's version, and one was an updated version from the planning board. This one was developed, I did clarify this at a previous meeting today with the Marijuana Bylaw Review Committee that the Board of Selectmen did establish. In their review, they said Article 29 is the closest to their proposed revision of a zoning bylaw that they presented to the planning board after 5-6 weeks of really hardcore effort of meeting 2-3 times a week sometimes, if not more, to try to present options. So this is not the same, but very similar to what the Bylaw Review Committee presented. But I do understand at the last meeting at least 2 or 3 things are specifically different. And I have to admit that that may mean some of those Bylaw Review Committee members may think those 2 or 3 things that are missing are significant. So I do not want it known as this is what the Bylaw Review Committee as a whole presented. It has been modified. I'm just trying to present that it is different than the other 2. I believe many would consider it less restrictive, although some might say it's still too restrictive. I do think at some point, especially for, it was brought up at a previous meeting, outdoor cultivation, which is pretty much designed for R80 and RCON. Without a zoning bylaw, that won't happen, because they cannot do this type of business in an R80 in our town, because it is not run by agricultural commission activities, and therefore it's got its own little thing. It's just like a business, so it can't fit into R80. At least that's how it's been presented to me, but a lawyer might be able to prove different. If I were personally to support one of the 3, this would be the one I would support. But I just want to make the motion so we can get everybody else in the discussion. So I'm going to make a motion to vote favorable for Article 29.
Second the motion to have the favorable vote.
Further discussion? Anybody in the crowd? Anybody?
I would make a comment that this still contains a 500-foot setback from residences, which keeps us to a 1 parcel in town that qualifies. Further, it still insists upon the planning board having a special license granting authority, which I'm against. I'm opposed to. I think they have it's still overreaching, it's still too much control. The definitions, the zoning, even a setback, things are fine. The type of area, type of zone is allotted is fine. but I think it's far overreaching, and they're trying to, as a board, get into not just zoning, but they're trying to get into, you know, building size, structure, type of structure, setbacks, business hours, number of businesses, odor control, using Board of Health, and so many other things. There's gonna be an enforcement authority on this and all sorts of things. It's just far overstepping what I see the duties as the planning board being on this, and that's why I'm really against all three of these. But of the three, yes, I like this the best. I think it still needs work for me to like it.
Sam?
Of all these three, this is gonna be a question someone's gonna ask. Which is most business friendly?
Of the three?
Of the three, yes.
My review and opinion is Article 29.
Even though Selectman O'Sullivan thinks it's still far overreaching.
That is not the same as which one is most business friendly.
Right. I said
You can
far
have
overreaching
three
by
that
the
I
zoning
completely
plan.
disagree with, but one's still closer to the goal.
Agreed.
So just to clarify, I mean, between Boston, Newton, and Wellesley, they're all still far from Barry to me. But I would say that Newton's a little closer, maybe.
Greg, it isn't 500 feet from a residential home. From a person's house, it's not 500 feet. It is residential programs or group homes. So like group homes would be something similar to Stetson School, or like there's one up on Hubbardston Road.
Okay, stand correct, I see that, I did read that through as just homes, I didn't read group homes.
Yeah.
That is still, I think Andrew looked that up today for me, and that blossomed to 4 places available. And we went to, I mean, if we take the 500-foot out completely with no limit on distance, it still only gives us about 4 properties in town that can be used.
So I'm pretty
There's
sure
the other restrictions.
it also changes acreages that are, I believe it.
What's your acreage at?
I believe this opens up a lot of other places in town.
How low is the acreage? Because we were using 3 for numbers still.
So it's 3 in the industrial zone, but I believe in the business commercial, it drops it to 1.
No, that would make a difference, but I don't think huge.
Outdoor grow was limited to 3 acres of industrial zone property, just outdoor grow.
Okay, so we'd have to get a better number on.
So the indoor.
I'd love to see a solid number on that, then as to what that would change for the exact numbers in this. That's my first concern, but the special permit granting authority to the zoning board and the amount of places they want to have their hand involved in this, I think is far overreaching. There are opportunities to establish what type of zone it will be in, maybe even what type of structure in that zone if they want, but really I think that should be it. Hours of operation, number of permits, reporting to them with progresses that's management, that's not zoning. Those management aspects I don't think belong in their hand at all, and I think it shouldn't be there. I know they don't like it when I say that, I see their role and their duties as differently than they do in this. And that's just my opinion. And my opinion is, everyone has an opinion, it's like something else we say. They always stink. But
Just a sec, Tom. Just to clarify, if Article 29 did go to the floor and pass, one, it opens the door for a developer that we already have a host community agreement with that requires one to be in place or they cannot move forward. Any other delay to rewrite again and keep pushing out pushes out, if you're a finance person, pushes out potential revenue. If you're not, it pushes out more developers, and all you need is that to continue to go around the block and realize that the town is willing to kind of say nice things, and then they're gonna pull their hand out from under the agreement and make your life hard, and then therefore nobody wants to come back to town. It goes beyond just that one development. The word spreads. People know. I would suggest you can take this Article 29, you can, we can, any one of us can, go through it. If you think something's too restrictive, draw a line through it, identify a motion and put it on the floor to remove certain paragraphs of it. I'm trying to tell everybody here, nobody, either one, gives me a reason why they don't accept it, or why it couldn't work, or why they don't trust it. But anything you think is a hole that leaves the town vulnerable, you put on the Board of Selectmen and the host community agreement. We still have more power than the planning board does on anything we ask them to do on that site. If you want to remove all offsets from residents in your motion, do so. But then tell the town, your job is to go to the Board of Selectmen and tell them, you've got to deal with the neighbors. And you've got to accept the neighbors. Part of our general bylaw we put in there is to make sure there's more than one public hearing. So that we can't fast track something. We're actually getting the town to put the burden on us to give you more opportunity to tell you what you want. Because it is not our intent to reduce the town's ability to protect itself and its own people, but it is our intent to allow us to truly subjectively look at each application and say, does it fit there? And you can't do that in a zoning bylaw the way we've written them.
And
So I would just suggest, find a way to pass one, even if you put a lot of motions to clean up a lot of mess you think, but rely on the Board of Selectmen to do their job too. It sounds like nobody believes the Board of Selectmen can do what the planning board does. These are written to put all of the burden on the planning board, yet the state specifically called out zoning should be much more like alcohol, and all of these subjective things should fall on the Board of Selectmen through the host community agreement. That is a nutshell of how they presented it to the towns. You can break down all the detail if you want. But if somebody asks for, what's your alcohol zoning bylaws in your town, and you kick this out, they would pretty much say, you must be Lancaster. You're a dry town. There was no effort to work with us when it comes to coordinating the planning board and the Board of Selectmen and host community agreement. I made the effort for over a year to work with them. And I went to meetings, uninvited, to try to discuss with them. We invited them to our meetings a couple times. We never once, if I recall, maybe once, I'm not sure, got a formal invite from them for us to come to them about a specific agenda item, to follow up with these discussions. From the very beginning, nobody.
we offered them a vote to take some things out. We offered them a vote on our agreement, so they would have participation.
Well, that's what I mean. We said, let's work together. So when I see this, I see the effort never, like, I must have failed in trying to explain the power of the host community agreement. Because nobody came back and asked me, or could you clarify? Could you explain? What do you mean? They just heard it and walked away. So I'm confused. I don't understand it. Still to this day, why has nobody come to me and said, why won't that work? So for me, I'm going to have a hard time with any of these bylaws, other than I know passing one of them at least lets one of our developers that we've written a host community agreement with try to make efforts to move forward. And everybody that came into this room and heard his public hearing presentations and the multiple meetings we had supported him. I did not get one negative word from anybody in any of these meetings saying, well, how are you going to deal with that? He had already presented it. Everybody had their answers, or if they didn't, once again, they're not using the methods in front of them to explain their concern. So I think I've said enough to explain my concern with this zoning bylaw and the effort I can't say enough about the effort that the planning board went in, because I know they put a lot of effort in, they put a lot of time in. I think our bylaw review committee put an exceptional amount of time in for the short amount of time we asked them to do it, and I appreciate that.
And we accepted and used all of their recommendations for our bylaw.
The only thing we modified, I think, was the number of complaints we had to respond to.
Right, the odor
Like it
investigation,
just-
but we took everything they recommended into our consideration. The last thing I'd say on this is the troubling thing about the zoning, planning board having control over this licensing and being the enforcer and the inspector and all these other aspects that I don't think they should be doing. They clearly have attempted to zone this out of town. If that's their expressed intent to not have marijuana and they're gonna be control of the licensing and the special granting, you guess how many permits you're gonna give? And that's gonna be 0. There's only one land in town they could issue to for this grow, and given the fact that they don't want it in town, they've been very clear for their zoning bylaws. I think they put a lot of time in this. When it was suggested that they zone this out of town, they literally smirked. They had a ass-eating grin on their face because they knew dang well they'd done that, and that was intentional. And that is not in the spirit of what the public voted for and what the state has set forth for us to do. To go along with that, this would be, if I voted for one as well, I would vote for this one. However, I won't vote favorable because of the setbacks are fine now, as I understand, but the acreage would need to come down, and I would like the special granting authority control of the zoning board gone before I'd support any of these.
Any further discussion?
To give someone hints for town floor.
Yes, sir.
Well, first off, I want to thank you for what you just said, because I think everybody in this room knows that that second project you're talking about is my family's project. I just want to make it clear to everyone and people at home who might be watching, from my personal perspective as a business person and as a guy who essentially just wants to farm a small part of my land and make a good living for my family and maybe do some good things for the town. Admittedly, it's a controversial crop, but essentially it's farming. That's really all I want to do. If a bylaw does not pass tomorrow, it's pretty likely that I'm out of business. And I know there's people in the room that disagree with that assessment, but the reason why is a bylaw gives me my use. The HCA does not give me an allowed use, and without an allowed use, the CCC will not entertain my license application. So I understand that just about nobody in this room likes what's been presented, but it's my hope that you can find a way to work really hard tomorrow to make whatever amendments and negotiations need to be made so that we can get something passed. And my second concern about not passing anything doesn't honestly have anything to do with my business. It has to do with how I look at this town as a citizen. And if we don't pass anything, you can forget about a moratorium. The state is not going to certify that. And we're going to have a town where technically marijuana is legal, and there's no rules to govern it, and we're going to stand out like a sore thumb. And I respect your commitment as a board to protect the town with HCA's. But with no zoning in place to govern the industry in this town, people are going to come, and not the kind of people you want to come approaching it. And if you don't believe that, read the Boston Globe Spotlight report or ask my attorney who got a random call from a real estate developer in Florida who cold called my attorney and said, I would like to get an HCA in Barry. Can you help me? And my attorney, who is a very principled guy, chuckled and said, no, I cannot. And I'm not making that up. I'll have my attorney call you and confirm that story tomorrow. And all of that worries me.
Dean, it's on.
I guess two components here. First of all, I'm all for, obviously, another business in town. And I guess maybe any way we could facilitate that tomorrow on the floor to make sure that Mr. Egan can move forward, because you guys have obviously spent a lot of time vetting him out. Would be great. However, just to clarify, the whole idea of no bylaw it becoming the Wild West is categorically incorrect. Because as you know, you cannot even apply to the Cannabis Control Commission without an HCA. So they still control it. It will not become the Wild West. People will not be coming up from Florida, buying land and planting marijuana. They've been doing so without a license, and then that would be an issue for Chief Carbone. So I think that's a dangerous thing to bring up on the floor, that it becomes the Wild West, because it doesn't. The state has made it very clear, it rests with the HCA. So I just want to clarify that.
Well, yeah, I would say we can agree to disagree to a certain extent. I understand what you're saying, but people are gonna come and try, and they're gonna cost this town time and money and harassment. And you're right, they'll probably fail, but they're gonna try.
But it won't become the Wild West.
I think they'll try as well.
I think the
But-
first answer I respond to anybody at the moment, considering our current precedent, is, do you live in Barry? No? Hang up.
Yeah, that might work.
I would
Just leave it at that. Right now, that's our precedent. If a zoning bylaw can pass before we get to that, that buys us the time it takes to get a zoning bylaw in place that works.
And if somebody
It
wanted
only
to,
takes a year of hanging up.
if somebody wants to attempt to amend this bylaw, it's very simple. Cross out multiple sections. Multiple sections. Keep your definitions. Keep the very basic rudimentary things that one might need to have a grow facility outdoors. Cross out everything else and propose it. And if that passes, then we have a bylaw that can be amended and added to in the future as we see fit. We don't need the whole kit and caboodle all at once. We need something on the books, I agree. But this needs to be stricken down and stripped down hugely to get a very basic law forward we can agree for and put a first step forward with. And we can add to it later. Keep the definitions. Keep some of the, definitions of the grow and maybe some of the setback things. Take everything out. Gone. Take it out. Let the host agreement deal with it. Get the zoning established and let the host deal with it. And I would support that wholeheartedly. And then when we have a bylaw in place, which I said last year, let's get something in place and move forward later. We'd at least have something on the books and something the state would probably approve because it would be rudimentary and simple. And I will, after this, I intend to vote against a moratorium, as I voted against it last year and fought hard against it last year, but we still got it. I don't want to be on the table for this.
Any further discussion on this particular Article 29? Yes, Kath?
I'm just confused. I'm sorry. So are you saying that on the floor to basically do floor amendments to really?
Take 29 and modify the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Keep the definitions, keep the zoning aspect that says where it's gonna be for whatever part of it we like. Cross the rest of it off and then delete sections blank, 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 blank. Done. We have a zoning bylaw.
And if you have the ability, please come with a well-prepared document that identifies all those changes.
Strip it to
So
bare
when you
minimum.
turn around, you can hand it right to the town clerk to file. Otherwise, you're gonna spend an hour handwriting everything up. The confusion is gonna be a mess, and the moderator's just gonna push it off the floor.
And I say eliminate
So
because
come prepared.
rather than reread and rewrite, I'm going to eliminate sections, blank, 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 blank. Which is going to leave this, this, and this. That's my motion. I've written it here. And then if people choose to vote on that motion, I think we'll have something that will pass.
And that's 50%, right, for amendments on the floor?
50% to amend, I believe, but the
And then 2/3 to pass.
2/3 to pass, and I think that would get us our 2/3. It would satisfy people, we have some laws in place, and it would satisfy people who support, without getting everything, and you make it clear that this begins a non-controversial rule that will establish some marijuana bylaws, zoning bylaws, and we would intend to add to these at each meeting in the future when we can come to agreement on what fits to add, and then we could put pieces back in later. But the host agreement has most of the things in it that they're asking for that we already cover. It's redundancy, and that is part of it that we don't like. Any language difference, there are several points of language difference between our agreement and what they're proposing in bylaws. If people are held to two standards in the same thing, that's going to get at a court, legally an issue in court that we're going to lose on one side or the other or altogether. Strip it down. My opinion. Just an opinion.
Yes, Sam?
Those people supporting that opinion would need to come forward with enough information for everybody in the hall.
They need to be able to verbally describe the changes, but to be more effective, it would help with pre-written drafts typed out that they could pass out and say, this is something I'm going to propose on the floor. It'll be easier to follow if you take this with you.
And that's why striking.
Is that what you're saying? Because otherwise you're right. Everybody's trying to scribble and keep up with your notes and...
Striking instead of amending is better too.
Yeah.
Is it actionable?
What does that mean?
Is Article 29 actionable?
That's the last question, is my concern whether or not it is actionable.
Yes, they did. The planning board voted, but had an unfavorable recommendation. But they did
100%
provide,
on that?
they provided a recommendation.
I believe I received a letter that said it was unfavorable.
That's a point that I think we need. I think we needed a recommendation from them. We needed.
We just needed the recommendation, but
something
whether
from
it's
it
favorable
to
or
finish
not, I believe, didn't matter. They just needed to tell us what they thought.
So if they did express that opinion, that should finish the circuit in time, although I didn't like it being there before it was done.
Yep.
That should finish the circuit if those things were done before it's voted on.
Just as a point of clarification on it, it seems that the major differences between Articles 27 and 29 are basically the minimum lot sizes for indoor and outdoor, or for indoor cultivation, and the definition of residential programs versus residences. Those are the main two differences between the two.
And the swimming area.
And swimming areas. So basically three differences.
But that will open up
my-
many more properties.
Right. But my suggestion, can't tell you guys to do it.
Don't cut it all up.
I would say cut up 27 versus cutting up 29. And put in those provisions, because the one for 29 as being a citizen's petition, it still has in here that they're going to use an olfactometer for testing odors.
I'd still
Dean's
take-
provision is not included as part of that, which was included as part of the planning boards to make sure that your project is kept. So
No, Article 29 didn't affect it though, because it references 11.2 as an addition, not removing 11.1.
But it does. No, here's the problem. In 11.1, it says that 11.1 is eliminated the second that bylaws are passed, inclusive of all amendments.
It doesn't say it's eliminated. It says the moratorium expires on such and such a date. That doesn't mean the bylaw is removed from the books.
Or when a bylaw is passed.
Again, the moratorium expires, the bylaw does not get removed. So paragraph D, which is part of that bylaw, is still written and still effective.
Right, but it's an amendment to the moratorium.
It's amendment to the bylaw. Overall, not the title. Do you follow? Do you see what I'm saying? It's the thing that calls out that it is exempt from future zoning bylaws that affect the industrial site based on the criteria that was written. Why does that go away just because the moratorium that prevents development expires? The bylaw doesn't expire. The moratorium within the bylaw expires. Yes, Kathy?
So our attorney, Matt, agrees with you? our
Okay.
zoning attorney, but just because of belts and suspenders, because we've had some questions come up from the planning board about this, and because it's been kind of a rough place to do business with that regard, we would want to make a floor amendment to put that in if we're going with a different bylaw, just belts and suspenders to make sure we're protected.
The only other aspect is, if you did try to modify 27 instead of 29, would be that we're positive there'll be no question that this article will stand and not get challenged. And we're pretty sure 29 won't, but we're not positive. Like you said, is it actionable? If somehow it found that it wasn't, we know this one is.
27.
27. We know for sure that's actionable. So if there's any, I think 29 is. But I err on the side of safety, it's just as easy to modify 27 as 29. And like I said, my recommendation, keeping the definitions.
I think you're missing the point here. You try to mess with Article 27, when it's all done, you're gonna have very few modifications pass on the floor, and they're gonna move forward to pass it, and they're not gonna wanna talk about Article 29.
Well, if the amendments get made to 27, they don't need to talk about Article 29.
Do you think you're gonna win all those amendments before it goes to vote? Because now they're gonna think they've debated everything that matters about the zoning bylaw,
No, it's one of them.
and they're gonna pass what's presented. Do you think you're going to modify everything in Article 27 you disagree with, and then feel comfortable moving forward requesting a vote on that article? Versus Article 29, which you generally already have mostly in agreement with, and you're talking about revising maybe 2 paragraphs. In other words, how confusing are you gonna make it so that the people really understand what you meant? I'm just presenting, I understand what you're saying, Andrew, but I think it's actually gonna be, you're
Easier.
going to get a more stringent bylaw if you try to cut up Article 27 than just clarify Article 29.
Well, I still want to clarify, I still want to see the special permit granting authority gone from the planning board. So it's really excising that
I actually
portion.
mentioned that. I did not see, even though the representatives from the planning board in the previous meeting that the bylaw review committee had today, I had asked a question about where are your waivers or exemptions that a special permit granting authority relies on based on our bylaw that describes that that's the purpose of a special permit granting authority. I did not find exemption or waiver written in the entire bylaw, but they said it's there somewhere. So if they have nothing to waive or exempt, why are they a special permit granting authority? That's what the building commissioner does, which says, make sure you fit the zoning bylaw, give me all these documents, once you do, done, check mark, move on.
Special permit is a use outside the allowed.
The planning board does not have to just say, did you fill out the checklist? And the bylaw apparently is written that way right now. I don't see anything written that allows them to waive anything in there. So what is the special permit granting authority for?
If somebody proposed doing in their
And
home.
you can't make it generic, is what they
private
said.
property,
You can't
that'd
say
be
we
a
have the
special-
right to waive whatever we see in here. You specifically have to call it out. And I did not see anything like that specifically called out in this revised bylaw that came through last week.
It shouldn't be a special permit. If it's permitted in the zoning, it's not a special
So,
permit. It's
I've just hit a wall. I don't even know where to start with this. And that's, I apologize for my frustration. I would almost, and maybe it's because I'm on the Board of Selectmen and I was the one that proposed, well, we proposed the host community agreement. I would almost go up there and say, wipe out the entire thing and just say outdoor cultivation is allowed in R80. One line paragraph, boom.
On their bylaw, on the planning board's bylaw?
Yep.
It doesn't matter which one.
Pick one. Pick one.
But we don't know if Article 29, I mean, we believe it's actionable, but it might not be.
Then we'll vote on that after.
No, I think Article 29 is the one we got the letter from the planning board saying we do not we are not in favor of this.
But if somebody started with 27 and wiped it out and said, I want to amend it to read the following, outdoor cultivation shall be permissible in already zoning.
I'm being very simple here. I'm just saying,
that
though,
covers that one issue. And then 29, we can try to cover the rest. That would be I like that. Boy, I like that.
the only reason I'm bringing this up again is I'm not saying leave the town wide open.
We're not.
You still have us as a gatekeeper. And you still have the special town meeting to try to clarify and work on it still. Clean this up. We are making progress. We're getting better. But there's still things I look at this and I'm telling you, anybody please with the revised bylaw, zoning bylaw, if you find the exemptions that special permit granting authority had, send it my way as quick as you can. Because right now I don't see it. Which I think means we are technically putting something before the town, almost lying to them. We're giving the planning board special permit granting authority, but if they ever actually tried to do anything, legally they're breaking the law. Because there's nothing in that allows them to change anything that's there. They're just forcing somebody to come before the planning board for no reason, to give them a whole bunch of paperwork that they can now charge a consultant to talk about, get it back, realize that even though I got this, there's nothing I can do with it. But you now got to pay for the services. And specifically, the CCC's job was to double check these to make sure you're not making unnecessary expenses and effort on those applying to do business in your town. And I look at that and say, nothing in this bylaw explains anything about what you're going to go do with these third-party consultant reviews of your water plan, your traffic plan, all of these plans that they can pay a consultant to do and force the applicant to pay for through an escrow account. There's nothing written in here that you can... How are you going to deny it based on a consultant? There's nothing in here that says you have to meet a certain level of competence or a certain... You haven't specified anything that says that third-party consultant is warranted and the planning board can actually act on anything the consultant provides. So I'm just really confused about the intent of the special permit granting authority here and why the vagary. Maybe there's a point to it, but I don't understand it, and I'll admit that.
If they propose that they would like to grow marijuana in the R80, that would, as it sits, that would be when you need a special permit. You'd be asking to do something outside of the design use of the zone. That's what it's for. Once a bylaw is established, it establishes zones where it's permissible. There's no more need for that authority, to simplify it. The special permit granting authority is to use something outside the designated use. Once we've established a use, there's no need for that authority. And if somebody wants to go outside the use, they're still going to have to petition them anyways, as is standardly done with anything in this town. Anyone in any zone that wants to do something outside of the use has to ask for a special permit. But if this was amended to say the outdoor cultivation is allowed in R80, we'd make use of a warrant slot and get something done towards marijuana bylaws, zoning, which is what this is about. It stays within the box. We're doing a marijuana zoning bylaw. And then we could someone might use one of the other two bylaws, like 29, to try to make a simple bylaw which is a little more encompassing of what we're after without getting everything in there now. And it gives us, like I said, the basic footprint to work on for definitions and such. And we can add to that later because it's something to build on in the future, but something we can agree on, which I think would be stripping it down to little more than definitions.
All right, we've had a very healthy debate. Go ahead, Fran.
Could you're proposing the new 140.11.2. Could you just repeat the language you used?
What you just proposed, I believe, about specific to just the R80.
It was just what the chairman here suggested, that if somebody wanted to make a modification to Article 27, they could suggest that they will strike the existing text completely and say that marijuana cultivation outdoors shall be permitted in R80 zone.
That would make it simple, wouldn't it?
You could even include some of the other blocks that the offsets, because I'm coming from my own perspective. Our host community
do them all
agreement, the
right.
guy said, I can follow everything that's been proposed. So whatever they say about outdoor recreation, you can keep all of that language in that bylaw. Now it isn't special permit granting authority, really, it's, I'll work within the box.
But since it's still a proposed zoning change for marijuana, it still fits the title on the warrant of marijuana zoning bylaw. It's just much less than they're proposing.
Do you think it would be approved by the Attorney General? Is it
Yes.
general trust?
Oh, yes, that'd be very simple to approve. And then, when you make another bylaw, now we don't have 3 conflicting bylaws. You could put a piece in each one to get rid of 28 and just take up 29. But now when we make another bylaw, we don't have a conflicting bylaw. We have an additional zoning bylaw, which can also be modified to something very different than it is here. But once again, marijuana zoning bylaw, that's a title on the warrant, we're staying within the box, we're changing the definitions within it, but we're keeping it to the right task, very legal. And this would make 2 different bylaws that do not conflict, that both accomplish something separately instead of putting all the eggs in one basket. And that's the frustrating thing about these. It's everything all at once. There's no give to say, all right, let's just start with here and we can agree on this. Anyone that's done any kind of mediation, that's what you do. Let's start with, what do we agree on? You find the pieces you agree on. We'll make that the bylaw to start with and go from there. Then we'll work on pieces, but they're not willing to do that. They're trying to put everything at once, and I think that's what the problem's been with this. There's too many points to disagree on. This would be a healthy start. So I'd love to see changes tomorrow.
I guess the only reason that was brought up, from my perspective, it had nothing to do with fighting every paragraph in what's being proposed. It's the fact that the variety of items and the variety of opinions about them may make it that nothing passes. And if we get close to that, I would rather literally strike everything just so we can let those that are already trying to move forward with the host community agreements, we get the language in that fits that. It could be a simple 1-line paragraph that says outdoor cultivation is allowed in R80. Or you could include the other outdoor cultivation offsets that still work. And in special town meeting, if you didn't like that, you can clean that up. Pull a few out, put a few in. Instead of 11.2, you go to 11.3 and you talk about retail. And 11.4, you talk about delivery. 11.5 is, it doesn't all have to be under 11.2.
And you would want to amend Article 27.
We would like to support someone's amendment, yes. We don't want to make the amendment. Prefer not to.
If in fact, I mean, this seems like a very simple solution, and I would hope that it addresses my friend's concerns as well.
It certainly would, but I don't feel like I could make that motion either.
But do you think before tomorrow night's meeting that we could meet with the planning board and the finance committee and have a unanimous approval to go forward?
We can meet and discuss. I believe
Isn't there a meeting?
we've had a
half
hard
an hour
time getting
before?
them to budge on anything that would be considered this open. But I definitely would like to still try. Even if we can just present the fact that you're not leaving the gates unmanned. But we've said that for a while now and people don't believe it. And I can't, that's all. You believe it or you don't, and I'm not gonna convince someone to believe something they don't wanna believe. So. I mean, shoot, at the special town meeting this last time, a planning board member stood up and outright told the members of the town that the Board of Selectmen will let people run roughshod over the town with the host community agreement. He represented the planning board and he stood in front of the town and he lied. Whether he meant to or not, he flat out lied. And I bit the bullet that night because I didn't want to make it an argument on the floor. But I just felt like that was absolutely uncalled for. And it's still being said throughout the town from members of that planning board that they still agree with that.
Well, I for one think this is the proper forum, the annual town meeting, not a special town meeting for any of this.
Yeah, you should expect more people involved.
People may not know it from my stance in this, that I've certainly been favorable for Mr. Andoli's and now Castle Rock's petitions. I am not a user of marijuana. I'm an advocate against it. I don't like it. I'll never use it. I won't buy it. But I believe my job as an elected official is to do what the public wants me to do, and the vote's clear on that. So we're doing the best job we can to make sure this is done in a non-offensive, cooperative, and beneficial manner to the town and to the people involved in this. It's not going to change me and make me suddenly use marijuana. It's not going to make anyone use marijuana that doesn't want it. But the majority of people want it, and that's going to be supported here. And I think zoning it out, as the zoning board's doing, the planning board is irresponsible. I have nothing against their businesses, and I hope they succeed and do well with it. And there's certainly demand out there, as we've seen in Leicester with their cell facilities in Leicester. The demand's there. People want it.
Do you think it would be wise to have a motion to take Article 29 out of order and propose
No.
what you're talking about now, so it eliminate a lot of confusion?
I think if
Could
we
you clarify, just to better understand what you mean by taking it out of order? Are you saying when 27 comes up, you make the motion to pull 29 up front?
Yes.
Okay.
Wherever before the marijuana discussion starts on anything.
Okay.
I don't know. Let's talk about that. I know it's going to be a long night, and I planned for it because this is important.
I didn't plan for it, but I knew it was going to happen anyway.
I'd like to think more on that. Is it smarter to pull 29 first, or is it smarter to try to get this other agreement going and get this business going that we've approved, and set something up and take one step that people should be able to agree on? That in this town with all the farms, this should be coming more in the future. We're going to see people want to have outdoor, and
My concern is I still have no true understanding what the planning board's or citizens petition regarding Article 28 is. So there's still that third one out there waiting in the wings to see if they can bring it in at the very end and do whatever they're going to do with it. If it's possible, I feel the only right way to present this to the town is there's got to be discussion on all three without a vote on any of them. So everybody understands what's being presented. Otherwise, you're going to set up a vote, it's going to pass, someone else is going to present something, and everybody's going to be like, but I didn't know that was happening. And now they're going to vote on another one, it's going to pass, and then what's going to happen is the most stringent of every one of them applies. Lock them all out, nothing happens. And then they're all going to fail at the Attorney General's office. Because we truly met the, you zoned it out of town. How many people in this room are aware of how many bylaws that we passed at town meeting that are still awaiting the Attorney General's approval? There's at least more than one, I'll tell you that. And at least two of them relate to marijuana. So I would suggest this. Just because something passes at town floor doesn't mean we get a bylaw. So the crazier you make it, and the fact that we might actually have 3 bylaws passed that are all the same thing, you're going to walk away with no bylaw. I think what's really going to happen is the Attorney General is going to talk to someone and say, hey, before I flat out deny you, can you get to special town meeting and clean this up so I don't have to worry about it again? In the meantime, we'll have no bylaw. Tom still will have no opportunity to move forward because despite we voted it, the state hasn't approved it because it's going to be stuck in limbo.
And that's why
Given the option, I'm going to ask though, I don't even want to go there. I don't know how to present this to the planning board and the finance committee and try to see if we can actually come up with an appropriate process on the floor to deal with all 3 and have any agreement between the 3 boards. I don't know how to approach it. I would like to.
Clearly, we'll have to make a statement before these articles, or have the moderator make a statement before these articles, and I think we have every right to as the selectmen that make the warrant. I believe we can stop and have a statement prior to these three. We have to check with the moderator, make sure we can, or he could do it, and briefly
We've got to
explain.
ask, and if he's willing to offer it, it'll happen.
Briefly explain what's going on with the three. And if anybody does intend to put a petition such as that forward, a very simple one, that would easily pass and be passed by the state, it'd be nice for us to know that ahead of time so that can be explained to the town that there's probably going to be such a petition made, which would allow us to use one of these three bylaws, the one that we find the most restrictive and unlikely to pass the state, to be used for something constructive. And then of the remaining two, we can explain the basic differences between them. And that we also believe there's a motion to modify that to streamline it, to get something started for a bylaw that can be amended in the future, rather than try to do everything at once. There's too many pieces that are offensive to too many different people, that just, somebody wants to get rid of for section 1, somebody for 2, somebody for 3B. There's too many things that get picked apart that it's just not likely to pass. Hopefully we get some sort of clarification with the moderator. And hopefully we have someone present us with something to say they want to put a motion forward, so we have something to bring the moderator to enlighten the town, because that would make this go, I think, a lot smoother.
If it's okay, I really want to move this to a vote. I'm calling for a vote on whether we are favorable for Article 29.
Nay.
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 Article 30, moratorium on marijuana establishments. I am making a motion as to whether you are favorable for the Article 30.
Second the motion for favorable vote.
Any further discussion? The only thing I'll say is, my understanding is this is one of the pending bylaws that still have not been approved by the Attorney General the last time.
Yes, there's no way in heck they're gonna approve that.
Which, if anybody knew, I think actually puts us in limbo and means we do not have a moratorium in place now. And if you've not seen how wide open the town has been and roughshod by all the marijuana developers.
Hey, we've doubled the permits, come on.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is it hasn't happened, but based on my understanding, the state wouldn't approve it anyway. So unless somebody's got something more to say, I'm calling for a vote.
Nay.
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 Article 31, amend the code of the Town of Barry solar energy facilities. If anybody's interested, the Finance Committee voted in favor 6-0 on the solar energy facilities bylaw. Article 31, that is. Which my understanding, something about if Article 31 passes, then Article 32 is not necessary.
Article 32 is going to be bypassed here regardless. That was basically submitted by citizens petition, but actually submitted the bylaw as worded currently, because there's some misunderstanding as far as what can be done after a citizen's petition was submitted.
Okay. Good enough. So, Article 31. Make a motion to vote in favor of Article 31. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for vote.
Yes.
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 Article 32. Amend the code of the Town of Barry solar energy facilities. The Finance Committee was
32 is being stricken?
unfavorable, 5-0. If you have any thoughts or comments, now's the time.
All right, so I didn't have 30 in my book.
Did I make the motion or did I jump to discussion?
29 to 31.
Article 32.
No, you just started
there's
talking
no,
about motion.
Okay.
You talked about the finance
Okay.
motion.
All right, I make a motion to vote favorable for Article 32. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, the vote is, are you voting favorable for Article 32? I call for vote.
Nay.
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 Article 33. This is a citizen's petition also? Or
This-
just a request by the,
This was a request by the property owner.
yeah, all right. Article 33, amend the code of Town of Barry, zoning change to business commercial district. Make a motion to vote favor.
Hold on. The map's wrong.
The map's wrong?
The map wrong. In the book, the map's wrong. The wording is correct, but this is the wrong map. This was an early map that was presented to the planning board, and then they recommended we add on to it until this whole. So this map is the old map.
Can we have the new map possibly printed out with the recommendations and just,
Yeah, we can,
on the floor, it can be referenced just to say, hey, please see the other map?
yeah, just make sure you send it to me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, any further discussion?
Article number what?
Did it get second? Who's seconding Article 33?
When we did 32, we skipped or we said no? We said no?
You said no in
Okay.
32.
Okay. I'm one behind in my scoring here, so. Okay. Second the motion for the vote, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 34, make a motion to amend the code of Town of Barry, zoning change to BC district. This is another Higgins property or parcel located abutting the same properties.
Make a motion to take a favorable vote in this article?
I'll second that.
Okay. Hold on.
Gotcha, Sandy.
You messed me up here, so Greg motion.
Oh, he didn't start that one, so I was kicking and going before we started talking about it. We know what it is. I don't think there's any discussion on the floor, so it'll go quick.
Is there discussion? Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 35, another property owner making a request to change their zone, and this one is to change to an R80 district. Make a motion to vote favorable for Article 35.
Second?
Any further discussion? Call for vote.
Aye.
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 Article 36, citizens petition submitted for a resolution in support of changing the state flag and seal of Massachusetts. Make a motion to vote favorable for Article 36.
Second?
Any further discussion? Call for vote.
Nay.
Nay.
Abstain.
Good enough.
And to clarify, I feel that this is maybe a symbol of some sort of a cultural shift, and I don't feel comfortable telling the town what they should believe about it.
Good point.
So,
Neither do I, but I'm unfavorable on it, and that's my opinion, so.
Fair.
If they want to know my opinion,
Correct.
I just give it to them, but make that a statement on the floor, that's the time to say it. Here's why I'm unfavorable, and
That is all the articles.
that way people wonder.
If anybody's bored, you can listen to us talk about line item transfers.
Oh, boy, we do more?
Yes, sir, Fran.
Article 10,
Yes, Article 10.
look at two different amounts. One's 27,000, the other one's 20,000.
What are we going to, Andrew? Article 10, somewhere in the book.
In the book, 10.
It's either referenced here or in the front page. Where did they identify the money? On the,
No, it says, see if the town will raise and appropriate, borrow, et cetera, 27,000.
the narrative versus the numbers don't match.
Ah,
So, Article 10, $27,000 is the words and 40,000 something is the numbers.
so What is it?
40,000.
40?
Yeah.
So,
Should we,
motion on the floor to clean that up.
Yep, that'll have to be annotated and handed to the moderator.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling that out. Save us a
Good
little
eye.
moment, maybe.
Good eye.
Well, the motion on the floor will still be 47,000. This is.
But they have to read it this way and get handed in
It
this way.
depends on
So-
how they read the motion to start with,
Depends
because
on
this
the
is
motion.
just a
The
narrative,
motion might
right?
say exactly this.
No, I'm
They're
asking,
already pre-printed.
from
They
your
already have all
experience,
the
this,
motions
I know,
pre-printed.
make sure it doesn't
Yeah,
say.
you gotta make sure it
Make
doesn't
sure it
say
doesn't
that.
have the language that way in it.
Yeah.
but you don't want to just say the motion differently than this is presented. You want to call out to the people,
Yeah, but did you
your
say more
booklets.
money, Andrew?
What's that?
Did you say 40 or 45?
It's 40,873 is the correct
Okay.
for the
It's just-
snow removal over time.
The words are printed.
Removal expense.
Printed words.
It was originally 27,000. It's actually one of your actionable items for tonight. It would be to
That's right.
further approve the snow and ice deficit because of the weight invoice payment.
Where do we dump all of
Well, now
those?
the special town meeting in the fall,
Right.
which often happens to us in this.
Where did I bury them? In a pile here somewhere. There's my pile. Thank you very much, Fran, for your input tonight.
Nice visit. Just wish we had the same interest for the zoning for solar parks. In the beginning,
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, that one up next to me is adjacent to a residential zone, should have never been allowed by special permit.
Not when it's all about commercial revenue versus
Well, it was a
using it on site to offset your own, because that one's state law kind of
yeah,
you can't stop, but.
state law, forget it, withdraw from the union. Right,
I hear you.
Sullivan, withdraw. Get that wrong.
I don't know about that, but we might be doing better with the schools that way.
Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, so let's move on to the transfer of funds. Gotta get your department heads to actually sign these things. Every form they send, wage authorizations, sign them. I'm tired of seeing things unsigned that we're signing ahead of the person that supposedly is requesting it.
This sounds like our special event permits. We're in the beginning. We've straightened those out.
Well, we kind of do.
How many times do they come in with nothing signed off, asking for the permit?
So-
Technically, these are my signature
Well,
missing, so. Just because it's interdepartmental, it's not from the department. That's why I requires your,
so, what do you got? 6?
Do we need to address them individually?
5?
Or can we bulk them?
they're all relatively small amounts, it just covers some
Right. All right, yeah,
deficit
yes.
spend, so.
So, we're going from county retirement to selectmen expenses, $500, leaving a balance of $259, or leaving a balance of $759?
There's actually 2 for 5. It'll be $17.59 after both of them. One of them was an early request. The second one was a realization I was a little light on the first request.
Okay. So you're moving a total of $1,000 over.
Right.
So this is the first request, and the balance is $759. At
Yeah.
this point, the second request is $553. It's going to bolster us to $1,563.
Yes.
I'm confused.
So at the
How
top-
can county retirement
Have a surplus? We over budgeted.
show a balance, or maybe I need to better understand. Line 4 on each one, current balance in the requested line item. Is that requested from or requested to?
Requested 2.
So we're putting
Okay.
it, we're putting it into the select board expense because we've run it down. to 563
I'm
right now.
anticipating that it would go into the negative if we left it at its current level. I'm trying to get ahead.
I guess what I'm saying is, we're still gonna be $63.29 over as of the June 13th request. You're asking for 500, but you have a balance of 563.29. So you're not resolving the deficit.
For which one was that?
The June 13th,
Okay.
county retirement to select board expenses. This is after the May,
we're
so
giving-
it's the latest balance.
Right.
They've made 2 requests of 500
So
each. That should be
the,
one.
the second one wasn't posted yet because it didn't have the select board's approval. So I had already gotten the finance committee's approval before getting it back to you, the second finance committee meeting, so that balance number, we'd only drawn it down another $200
Yeah.
before then. So it's a total combination of $1,000 we're pulling just as 2 separate requests because it went in front of the finance committee 2 different times.
Okay, so after all of this, you're gonna come back to $1,563.29 as your current balance after today's approval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Make a motion to accept the 2 requests, one dated May 23rd and one dated
13th.
June 13th.
13th and 6th, aren't they?
There are several that are May
Where
23rd.
are you looking those days? Oh, we're looking here. Okay, I'm looking at the receive date.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the
Received-
date,
you requested
May
that, okay.
23rd,
And
June 13th,
requests.
county
Okay.
retirement to select board expenses.
Right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
The combination of those 2 are moving a total of $1,000 across.
Second the motion to transfer the funds.
Hold on. Very nice.
They received June 6th and June 13th.
Okay, May 23rd and June 13th.
Yep. Both of them are county retirement to select board
They're
expenses.
500 each for a total of
Yeah.
1,000.
So, you motioned.
I second.
Motion to accept the May 23rd and June 13th, 2009 request for transfer of funds totaling a movement of $1,000 from county retirement to select board expenses.
With my second.
Good job. Any further discussion, or did you second that, right? Okay, any further discussion? All right, call for vote.
Aye.
Aye. Is there a spot where Board of Selectmen should be signing this?
You could just sign it right up on the finance committee. This is a form that I came up with a couple months ago. And
Is
trying
that
to-
me
right-
signing as a member
right
of the board for
below.
this?
Yeah, yeah, as the chair, as the
Okay.
chairman.
I'll just do it,
Just-
like you
yeah.
said, just below.
Try to evolve a way to make requests a little bit more streamlined and realize the more I add to it, the more confusing it's making it, so. I'm sure the next time you see one of these forms, it'll probably look even different.
What is today's date?
Today is the 17th.
Thank you.
Can we shut the air off? Yep, sorry.
It's cold, isn't it?
Well, that was the only one.
Should this go, which,
It's cold.
the signed ones? To you or to Andrew?
Give it to the big guy.
Okay.
I'm all messed up.
Okay. 3 separate individual ones. Make a motion to approve the May 23rd request for transfer of funds, moving $5,000 from county retirement to police overtime.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Thank you, sir. All right, make a motion to approve the May 23rd request for transfer of funds, moving $6,700 from county retirement to veterans benefits.
Second. Muscle grip. Ow! Oh, that's no fun.
Not enough water. I'm dying. All right, I'll get through it. All right. Call for vote.
Aye.
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 All right, make a motion to approve the June 13th request for transfer of funds, moving $700 from the reserve fund to the town report fund.
Second.
Call for vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pass that down there as well, sir. Thank you. All right. I was looking at the appointments and who is or isn't being reappointed. Looks like you did all right on some, but I thought maybe she took it back, but is Colleen still on the 9/11 committee? I thought she was one of the ones that left.
I
She
just
left.
Oh, she did.
Colleen left.
She provided a resignation letter,
Resignation. I'm sorry, I
which
didn't
opened the
see
window
that.
for Scott Tortolet, if I'm correct.
And can I ask what the coloration indicates on these?
Green is that they've submitted a letter saying that they are interested in continuing. Red is that they've submitted saying that they wish to not be reappointed.
And the
Okay.
highlighter is just green.
And it was
Correct.
just, I missed one. Sure.
Okay.
I
All right.
feel like reprinting them all out again.
No, just asking.
I am fine with, if you guys are fine with, looking at blanket motion to reappoint all of the members that are indicated as green or have currently no indication, and they can come back and actually officially resign otherwise. So I think my guess is you reached out to someone, you didn't get a response, so you just left it unmarked.
That's right, we sent the blanket letter to each person, and basically with, do you wish to be reappointed, or do you wish to not be reappointed? The ones that are colored are the ones that we got back. If they're not colored, then that we didn't get a response back. But, at the marijuana bylaw advisory committee, obviously that one was only supposed to go to town meetings, so we didn't solicit less for that one.
All right. What I would like to do before actually finishing that is, I'd like to reference the term ending June 17th, 2019, annual appointee list by amending Colleen Gerton and identifying that as someone who has previously resigned or requested resignation from the board. I'd like to make a motion for all of those that are identified as green, who have indicated a preference to stay on the boards or committees they're assigned to or appointed to, and all of those that have not responded to be reappointed for another year or another term, depending on how their committee is built.
Pending their acceptance. For the ones that are not highlighted.
Sure. Yeah,
'cause we can't-
that's a good point.
Just
Just as
I
easy
don't
to
wanna
say it
imply
that
it.
way.
Say that again?
I just said pending the acceptance for the people that have not responded yet. So we're gonna reappoint them pending their acceptance of the position. I don't think we could just say they're there if they don't want it,
Yeah, because I may get one tomorrow.
but it's,
Right.
you know, it may be a useless statement, it may help us, I don't know.
Actually, I would like to modify that rather than pending their acceptance.
Upon their request.
Their response is required. Or they're removed from the appointment for non-communication and therefore not fulfilling their role. We'll give them 60 days. to respond and
So why don't you
confirm
with-
the appointment.
What if you withdraw the motion and say, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint the people that have
Confirmed.
highlighted, agreed, that have confirmed they would like the
Good
position.
point.
And we will approve the other members pending their request within 60 days to be appointed.
Yes, otherwise it's open again and we need to start
Right. So
letting the
they're-
town know
they're-
how many,
They're approved pending their request to be approved within the next 60 days. I have to reword it. I just
I'll help you,
define it.
Sandy. Let's start with this. Strike all motions regarding this agenda item, and we're gonna start fresh.
All right.
Be quick.
Make a motion to approve all of the appointees who have responded indicating they would like to maintain their position on their committees or boards that they have been assigned.
And further.
No, I was gonna make a separate motion for each of
Oh,
them.
sure, okay, that would be good.
Like to maintain.
Second the motion.
Okay. Those who have responded stating
Motion to
they,
approve all appointees stating they'd like to maintain on the
the
committee.
appointment
on-
identified in this list.
The Greens.
Another one, yeah.
Need a voice-to-text computer so you can just talk to it.
Well, we were discussing that today.
But but she's gotta have a microphone for just her, because it's gonna
No.
pick everything in this
There's a
room.
program out there that'll record everything you're saying, it transcribes.
Dragon.
Yeah.
I wrote my undergraduate thesis with
Did
Dragon.
you?
I did. It takes a while, you have to read a book to it after an
Yeah,
hour
but
or
that's
two.
okay, because then I can take out the important parts, because everything's there.
Exactly, and if you adjust it well enough, it'll even sort out the ums and ahs, which was very good. for me.
Oh, I'm gonna call you, and I'm getting ready to look at that. I like that idea, covers everything. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's
To,
o-
the okay, wait a minute. Matt
Make a
motion
motion
to
to
approve
approve.
all appointed stating they'd like to maintain, I lost you at that point. Gonna say it again.
Their positions
Make
in
The motion to approve
Approve.
all the
Appointees.
appointees. Okay.
that have responded indicating they want to maintain the position they have.
as of today.
Do you have a second?
You have a second?
Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Second motion. Do we need that a motion, or is it just more of a statement to the public?
It's a statement. You haven't appointed me.
Oh, wait, no. I'll make a motion
Because
that
then
for
they're
all of
appointed.
those that have not responded, identified as white in the documents presented before us, if they do not respond to the town administrator's request on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, within 60 days, they will be removed from the board or committee and have to reapply, and we will advertise those positions to the public as open positions on the committees. In other words, if you want to be on this, you gotta answer, you gotta talk to us. Can't just disappear.
And advertise the open position.
Yes. Thank you. Do we have a second?
That leaves us, so we have to still appoint them all as they come in.
Yep.
Okay. I thought the intent was to,
I think I would make the motion so difficult to write down in Word if I added those pieces in. We can bring that up when they come back and say so.
I'll second your motion.
I hear what you're saying, Greg,
It
but I was
already would've
like,
been- I would've just been.
I would have
let's go-
had
never mind.
exemptions and paragraphs and
No,
articles
I
I'm referencing in this
I
motion that
would've been
just,
way cleaner, but.
you probably would
It's
have,
too
I
late.
just,
It's
Could we
done.
just
I was
table
watching
it?
to write, that's why I didn't speak up. I second the motion. It's done.
we could, but I,
It gets it done, it's
We
done.
could strike them as they come in. If we just tabled this, just kept it as old business for future meetings.
right, but what I'm trying to get the vote on is that if they don't respond in 60 days, they are removed.
You're lighting a fire.
I was.
Yes, in other words, stay in communication with
Right.
those that appointed you.
They got the letter.
Or, we've had some boards that it looks like you got 4 people on it, and then one day we go to ask the board and nobody's around.
Yeah.
And then we realize we don't have anybody on the board.
I was
But they
just
stayed
gonna go
on the
further.
books for years because we weren't in communication saying, do you still want to be on it? Or we didn't ask them to do something.
I would have made the motion to reappoint the remaining people as long as they request that appointment within 60 days, otherwise they terminate and will post a position.
See, you're right, that would have been a good motion.
Because it gets everything. It gets them all done and appointed if they ask, and we don't have to revisit it. Because I don't want to revisit this 30
But
times.
because she's written it, I really suggest we just go with what
I
I
already
did.
seconded it. I already seconded
Okay.
it.
I'll take care of that.
But I was just allowing the discussion. I call for a vote.
I'm just,
Aye.
Aye.
I'm just gonna go to Andrew and say, what
I'm
are
getting pretty tired of it.
Yeah.
It is.
Is there anything else on the agenda we have to address
So
tonight
that was a
that,
formal motion on the go. Just-
and let's tell Rob Rogowski, don't throw in a couple little random agenda items Monday morning.
The day before town meeting.
Kind of. My whole goal was not even to have to do these warrant reviews tonight so that we could have done a quick administrative and then run into tomorrow. But it didn't work out.
Best laid plans.
Good point.
Or lack thereof.
I don't know of anything else. If you're interested, you can read correspondence, you can save that to the next meeting.
They're pressing.
Anything we have to do with this? An executive session, anything, nothing?
That's just for your information.
FYI, okay. Just
Oh.
making sure it's not something we're covering. Yeah, do we have to respond to that appointment? We don't, do.
Is it their job to make that move or make that recommendation?
Let's handle that after.
Okay. Let's
Because
clarify that,
because
because
I
my
like the
understanding, they've already
yeah.
come to me and
I thought we appointed
previously on the board, they asked us
to appoint.
to make an appointment based on their
Right,
recommendation.
that's primarily what they're asking. But we can take that up on it.
Good enough. And I'm not trying to make, that's fine with me. I'm probably not gonna recommend anything different than what they're asking. I'm not trying to add fuel to the fire. That's not what I meant. Anybody else have any other questions? Any thoughts? Anything that needs to be discussed this evening?
Yes,
Okay.
quickly. Reading the letter we got from Lester in regards to the search committee for a library position.
Oh, the email follow-ups.
That was, yeah, that seems it was harshly written and confrontational, which I didn't like. And if that is the fact, I don't know what it is, we'll have to research, I won't take him at
It is.
his word. It's
I
a
read
fact.
Mass General Law,
So
found
they
the
have to pick
reference.
that, okay. And they still have to understand that we have to approve the pay for that position, so if it's not, if they, not someone we don't approve of, we don't have to award pay for that position. I don't believe.
There is a wage authorization process,
It
so
has
I
to
don't know
come
how
through
that
us.
works.
So, would have been nice to be included in the decision and participate in it, because we have to approve the wage for it. It's just something I wanted to discuss. I thought it was very strange how they went about it. We weren't intending to do anything other than we normally do our procedures. If that's a fact.
I had
how
to
they do it,
follow
that's-
up with
that's-
them,
that's
and
fine.
I kind of expressed a similar thing. Hey, it wasn't our intent to, like, tread on your turf. We were trying to just openly discuss how would we do this, and our understanding was, like any other department, this is how we would do it.
And we debated exactly that.
After that, he did respond, and he seemed to come off as if he was like, if I had just realized I wouldn't have left earlier because we were doing the BLA agreement,
Right.
he would have stuck around and he would have been able to clarify it so it didn't. Like, he
Go
would
where
have
it
been.
went. Right.
And so it sounded like he was more amenable, is all I mean. Is like, I got you. I realized nobody's trying to walk on our turf or push us around. I do believe at times people, until they get to talk to you, generally think you're trying to walk on them before they realize it was just a mistake or a misunderstanding.
I'd like to think
we
that I
got
was
past that.
very clear for the first year that one of my goals for us as a board is to release some of the controls the old board claimed on things that I thought were inappropriate. As far as hiring positions, we clearly want the department heads to sit with the administrator and hire somebody, and we just, approve the wage authorization afterwards. They said that with the police, with the fire, with every department head, and it's frustrating to see that people still think we're doing otherwise. I feel that this board, like, people ask why I haven't gone to more of the planning board meetings or other things about their marijuana, and I think that when we're there, it interferes with those other elected boards to do their job. It's not our place to meddle on a regular basis in those things. Sometimes they ask us to be there, we should be there. But I think our duties are, pretty well defined as selectmen, and it's about the budget and the bylaws and regulating those things. And I don't like it when we overreach, and I don't like when people think we're overreaching, because we're not trying to. An example is the school discussion tonight. I wasn't trying to tell the school to spend money, trying to clarify that this budget is ours, and every other town is told how much they can do, and then they take it and do whatever they want with it. That's clear. And just trying to express that the percentages are different, not an attempt to tell them how to spend it. And never have.
Gotcha. And I'm hoping that, I think he understands that. And I'm glad you had to, you can voice it here, so either way, it's out there. We're letting people
And
know.
once again, the opinions I expressed tonight have been brought to me by dozens of people. People that agree with it. And, it's gonna be expressed, and other people will hear. Lots of people just heard tonight that they agree with that sentiment, and lots of people say, whoa, I don't like that. Maybe we'll bring more people to the meeting. We'll get a better collection of people there for it, if they know this is gonna be contesting about it. That's
And I agree with that.
always been my
Discussion's
agenda.
important.
I've always wanted more people at a town meeting to control these things.
Just want to say I've gotten a couple emails from folks saying that they are unhappy with the current condition of the bandstand.
Yes.
On the common. So I mentioned to Andrew, just want that to be in the record so we can look at that coming down.
What's
coming
the
down in the
progress?
future.
Last I heard, there was some common oversight committee that was still trying to de-scope.
Basically trying to more coming to figure out what really needs to be done. I know at some point we're gonna have to really have a discussion about the financing and how we want to attack that. One of my primary concerns in looking at it is whether or not it's actually too far gone to throw, money at it without going back, starting from scratch on it. Just because we're really talking about the condition of the cement or the concrete that's holding it together. And if it's really gonna be an issue with trying to patch that, because we see the stairs crumbling, lots of cracks in the foundation, do we wanna throw in a lot of money into the wood and bandstand portion of it if it doesn't have a solid footing on it? At the same time, we have to try to address ADA issues if we're dumping that much money into it.
Have we spent any money in the last 3 years on that?
I doubt it.
Not in the last 3.
And you've got to exceed, what, 30% of its assessed value before you're required to make ADA upgrades?
Right.
So find that dollar value and do what you can with that value.
If, like he says,
I'm just suggesting that's the approach.
Right, and I'm just looking
Crack,
at,
seal.
Historic value to this, how old is this? Because that's gonna make a big difference whether we tear down or repair.
There's a plaque on it.
yeah, I think it's.
Gotta read the plaque to figure out what it's, I forget what the plaque
gonna have an
says, but I know
impact.
someone called it out.
I keep saying I gotta go look at it, I'll give you a better informed
Maybe something
opinion.
I've
at a
looked
special
at it
town meeting,
and-
we could
Yeah, well,
appropriate
it's an
funds
effort.
to.
My look at it's a little different thing, it's what I do.
That's what I do.
General construction?
Something does come to mind, not to.
$10 million project,
Oh, but general construction, I mean.
renovation
Whether it's
complete.
salvageable.
I started there, then I moved up to $1 million jobs. I do similar.
Okay.
I do it in a different way, and I understand that. I come from a different perspective, so I'm not saying I do what you do. I'm just in the industry is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it originally started off at around a $50,000 or about $40,000 scope, but that's when we really started drilling into some of the issues with somebody who actually had more of a construction or the actual trades on it was quickly escalating to 80 plus, so using that, it was kind of like, all right, we're at that benchmark of probably what's 30% of the value.
Problem is, when you're doing something for municipality and you have to use prevailing wages, you take a project and triple the price. So if they're up at 80, you know, divide that by 3 and that'd be a contractor's price on it. Once they have to pay all their guys stupid money to do it, you've got someone that's earning $20 an hour, now you're gonna pay them 60. Are they gonna work faster, or are they gonna take the time and drag it out? So it more than triples when you go prevailing wage, and that's just a downside to how the government does things.
Other than it supports a lot of workers getting.
You could probably call
wage.
Reed's Ferry Shed and order one just like that for $20,000 and have it dropped off brand new, and it might be something to consider.
Or you wouldn't have that type of fieldstone foundation.
Well, you'd have to make your own foundation, so you'd have to get the foundation, but you could probably order the top portion with what you want from a company like that you hear them advertise all the time. Hey, give us a price, what would you charge us to build this and drop it here? And that's a private company, is just gonna give you a number to drop off the finished product. They're not charging labor, they're dropping off a product. And if we look for prices for that, we might get something that we can live with. A nice product, built very well, from far less money. Then once that's lifted up and gone, you can repair the foundation or pour a foundation or do a fieldstone, whatever you want. You can do a fieldstone again.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's plenty of people that still do that trade that would, that's not gonna be outrageous. Assuming the footing's good under it, which once again, we don't know the status of that. If it doesn't have a good footing, we can dig it and pour it. It's still not a big expense that DPW could dig it, and if one company would pour it. So we can save on that side of it.
But there's a lot to it.
Yeah, that's just at least where I'm at as far as concerns.
Okay.
I just don't wanna operate in a vacuum on either.
If we
The
get to-
only thing I would
get
really
to that line, we
suggest
can go another way.
is find out how much, put a coat on the deck, the concrete deck, seal it. And I don't care if somebody just does, I don't care, but somehow cover the bulkhead. The goal here is get the moisture from going straight into the basement. If you can get that down to $5,000, $10,000, that's securing that foundation for a while, so we can continue to move forward at funding other things, and we don't have to worry about the ADA upgrade. I would suggest let's look for that. Do what you can to reduce the amount of damage that's continuing, and then just stop, to give us time to figure out funding. And whether we can work with historical and the common committee and all the other people to say, this is how we have to move forward. We're gonna have to either do ADA compliance, or we're only touching this thing once every 4 years, and you're only gonna get slow incremental upgrades.
It's the floor poured concrete floor is all it is.
Yeah.
Just cracks right through it.
There's a handful of cracks.
Yeah, there's, well.
Not
the
enough
issue
to
is
say it's
when-
gonna crush, it's just, it's letting water through.
Could someone grind them out, pour some hydraulic cement in there?
We had a
and
quote
then
for
pour-
that, and then
pour
apparently the
level cement over it?
contractor died or disappeared.
Well, wait,
Well,
we
that's something
decided
we
not
can-
to move forward with the price because it was escalated. It was the general contractor's price.
Okay.
With the subcontractor.
I misunderstood. I actually thought the guy that was gonna do it had a major health issue
Or
and
I think
died.
that
I'm
might have been-
sorry.
That might have been, that might have
This-
been.
that's-
This was prior to you though, that
Yeah,
I
no, I'm
thought
just saying the
that.
most recent.
That's a
Yeah.
repair. What if we, what if we ask that kind of repair to be done by the DPW when we put budget money to buy the materials for it? Our workers in the DPW are certainly qualified, and DPW superintendent has a construction supervisor license. He is certainly qualified to run a grinder down the cracks and widen them, pour hydraulic cement in there in liquid form that will expand, and of course, and make a seal, and then pour a coat of leveling cement over it, which would form an 1/8 of an inch film and a nice smooth surface to finish. That would take them an afternoon. It would
And the
cost-
stairs would have to be repoured as well.
It's a painted surface. They'd have to completely strip the surface before they
That's-
put the leveler on it.
The concrete, it could be as simple as a paint stripper or a power washer for that.
I'm just suggesting,
Yeah,
it adds up to do it right, it's more than a
there's-
day.
There's still things we
It's
could.
gotta dry before you apply.
But
There's
if,
a
but if
weird
we
thing.
utilize, if we did utilize town
It's
employees
close.
for that, our expense on it stays very, there's no reason we couldn't do it. You can
Yes,
use
there
some of
is. The reason is, our own personnel haven't been able to do the sidewalks down on Main Street because we don't have time. We are asking too much of
That
them.
is our challenge in time.
Now, if we could get the DPW commission or DPW members to tell the DPW commission, you give me 2 more guys full-time, I can do this other stuff.
Or summer help, at least more, different summer help.
But that's all I'm saying.
Maybe
We
they
need someone to request it if they think they can manage it and that would be useful. But until then, they can't do it. Not because they don't have the skill set, it's because they don't have the time.
And maybe we need to have a discussion at the next meeting down there about possibly adding an employee down there. Because you're right, the sidewalks have been waiting, and granted, there's reason for it. People get upset, but the weather is certainly a factor. We had so many washouts with rain last year. And then the breaks we had in water and sewer last year. I mean, a lot of these side projects take away from the planned projects. And then with the bridge getting repaired, that helped with the Chapter 90 fund, it took more time away, and we lost our time to do the roads. And there's been a snowball effect of why things have happened.
Yeah.
But maybe it does require a limited term employee to catch up on things. Putting someone on the books for a 6-month term, a defined term, higher rather than an employee, a full-time employee.
You can
A
do
temp.
it temporary if you
Just pick up a temp.
define it properly. You might not get anybody because they know it's temporary, but you might get someone, you're right.
You might. It's worth a shot, and it depends how skilled he wants it to have to be effective.
You had something to add to a conversation?
Yeah, I just wanted to put on my economic development hat for a second, so I'm not here as a resident, just as someone who works for the town doing economic development. I've had, in the region, I've had a couple of actors, potential cannabis actors, coming to call me, thankfully, and they've asked me to kind of parse out which avenues, what areas would be the most amenable to their particular project. And after describing the landscapes to all the actors that came to me, the one that caused most complaints was Barry. And not because of any decisions that had been made, it was the absence of decisions that had been made. They didn't know the landscape, they didn't know the guardrails that were put in place. That up in the air quality of Barry is really what's detracted and caused some of these actors to not even come before you to even begin negotiating HCA. So I don't know what we've missed out on that particular end, but it's not nothing. So I just wanted to keep that in mind, that regardless of how this town meeting goes, something, anything needs to be passed. That way at least the ground is known, the landscape is known, and then the actors that want to come here can navigate that as they will. But they need to have some sort of roadmap.
Hopefully that's what we
The
portrayed
unknown
tonight.
is really killing us here.
Hopefully we portrayed that well
Gotcha.
tonight, because that was, I think, our intent of our discussion.
And I'm optimistic with the way that the previous bylaw failed by such a razor-thin margin, with the annual town meeting being largely better represented. I think that 60-40 nature of the core of the referendum here, I think that trend is going to bear out. So I think that margin may be slimmer if I were to forecast it, but not going
You
by
do
wishful
the
thinking.
margin was 1 vote.
One vote.
Can't be any slimmer than that.
Yeah.
Plus, we barely made the quorum, right?
You get the idea though, but I think that it's going to give us a healthier representation of that 60-40 nature. So my optimism is counterbalanced with some data behind it. I don't do fly-by-night optimism. But if we could mobilize as many people as we can, I think that would bode well for getting something passed. Because this whole up-in-the-air quality is causing a serious strain on not just people wanting to operate in Barrie, but it's causing tension amongst people as well. So as long as we get some finality in some way, I think that would be better than leaving into the air.
This is why we recommended some simple amendments that might pass by as pieces rather than the whole bucket. It's
Yeah,
just.
yeah, I'm with you. I like that approach.
It's
I think
just
it would work.
hard to get a consensus that's gonna work well.
Exactly.
And
with such a
pass the
contentious
state.
issue, getting a 2/3 majority on a 60-40 issue, that 6% hedging in the middle, that was a tough thing to chew off. But coming with the economic development hat on, we need to have something, because I don't know what we might potentially already missed out on.
I agree.
I think
None of them were Barrie actors. They weren't from here.
if what has been presented to the town to date had passed, we still would have had nobody coming in.
Well, I've had a couple of folks come to me and had to direct them in other places within my service area. We had a couple sent to Hardwick, that kind of went on deaf ears. You know, I've tried to spread them around in places I think they would fare best. Not
I'm just saying that
They're so restrictive.
any of the bylaws right now, if they passed,
Still don't.
nobody would still come to Barrie.
They're too restrictive.
Yeah, they are.
And the planning board seems to
I
want them
mean,
not.
why? You know, how can you convince them to come here with what we put in that zoning bylaw?
I understand, I'm with you.
So,
I won't give you
something isn't
prescriptive
better than
opinion.
nothing.
Just, like I said, only.
It just means restriction is locked in now versus nothing means, once again, no moratorium means, come on in, we're open for business, but we're gonna do it on a case-by-case basis through the host community agreement.
I'm just talking from the folks that are coming to.
Oh, no, and I appreciate the input. I'm just trying to explain that the reason I have a hard time with the argument of something's better than nothing is, once it's on the books, how many laws do you know get removed?
Good point.
They just add another one and add another one and add another one.
I do appreciate the approach that you recommended, starting with something simple and then tacking on.
Yeah.
Where can
as
we
you
agree to
need.
start?
And I would like that.
I think that would probably be a better approach if it's within my boundary to say. I
course
think
it
that
is.
would work. Just going by the folks that come across my desk, the uncertainty is an automatic no versus the onerous bylaw, which is just a very likely no.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
They have to put a lot of time and money into it just to get
Just to
to
get this
this
far.
point. And yes, and if there's no certainty of your outcome, why would you invest money and time into it?
Exactly. Can't be.
Don't blame them at all.
That's really
You
all
look at the
piece I wanted to
history.
say.
The certainty is,
we
there
have
will be
most-
no zoning bylaws.
We have a
History
host
is, we
agreement.
can't vote one in.
We have a house agreement, the
But
guy
that's-
can't take action.
That's the entire piece I wanted to say. Just letting you know from where I'm at in the field, boots on the ground, that's what I'm encountering.
That's what we've
Yeah.
anticipated, and that's
No, I
why we've been
appreciate it.
frustrated with it.
If we're okay with it, I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn.
Does Andrew have anything for us first, or second? Or he seconded?
He seconded. Dylan
Call for
seconded.
vote.
Aye.
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 All right, Andrew, you are gonna let Sandy take a 3-hour nap somehow tomorrow?
Yeah.
So
Good or bad, so I like that.